Okay, good evening, El Segundo. We're calling to order this City Council meeting, June 15, 2021. We'll be conducting this evening's meeting as a hybrid. Council is here back on the dais and the public is via Zoom. Chamber is currently closed to the public with the exception of special presentations and public communications. We're going to have the invocation led by Rabbi David Libson. Is he here? I don't see the rabbi. Ah, perfect timing. Look at that. Right on cue. Thank you. And then we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Council Member Perstuck. So, Rabbi, please, if you could rise.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, town officials, and good evening to all. I'm honored and humbled to stand in the presence of such distinguished individuals who devote their lives to better the lives of others. We thank God today that our beloved country, the United States of America, our beloved state, the state of California, and our beloved city, the city of El Segundo, is blessed with such legislators, beacons of unwavering strength, belief, and leadership. We know that the strength to do what you do is born out of profound faith, hope, prayer, and trust in God Almighty. I thank you for continuing to inspire the city of El Segundo. The entire world looks up to the United States of America, a country founded on the principles of morality, decency, and trust in God. A country where all people, all races, and all cultures can live side by side with mutual tolerance and respect. A country where each and every one of us can lift our heads and be proud of our roots and our identity. A country where we can all work together to permeate goodness, decency, and morality into our society. These are the ideals that make us the role model of the world. May God Almighty beseech upon the leaders of this great town the wisdom and understanding to continue in the path of justice and goodness. Bless these individuals elected by the people in whom faith and confidence have been placed to legislate laws making decisions that will affect the lives of citizens. Let them recognize that this is not only a great honor and civic responsibility, but also a holy endeavor. Guide this nation in the ways of the covenant that you have made with Noah, our common ancestor for all humanity, and the universal commandments that you have instructed him to respect your holy name, to respect human life, to respect family, to respect property, to be merciful to animals, and to follow the rules of government that safeguard and enforce these sacred commandments. I would like to conclude with a special prayer that is said by the high priest in the temple on Yom Kippur, a prayer for universal peace. May it be your will, Lord our God and God of our fathers, that this coming year shall be for us and for all your people, wherever they are, a year of light, blessing, rejoice, glory, good assembly, song, delight, goodness, deliverance, sustenance, learning, rest, comfort, joy, redemption, jubilation, a year to hold our heads high with peace and plenty. Oseh shalom bimromav, huya aseh shalom, aleinu v'akol Yisrael, v'yimru amen. May he who makes peace on high, may he bring peace upon all of us, and let us all say together, amen.
Thank you, Rabbi. It's good to see you again. We'll see you at the menorah lighting again, hopefully. Yes. Council Member Perstuck, thank you for that. Madam Clerk, if you would please do the roll call.
Sure. Councilmember Giroux.
Here.
Councilmember Nickel.
Here.
Councilmember Perstuck. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Here.
And Mayor Boyle.
Here. All right, thank you. Now is the time and place for public communication. So, for those that are on the phone, if you would like to speak, please click the hand icon, and the host will announce your name when it's your turn to speak. If you're dialing in from a phone, you'll need to press *9 to raise the icon hand and *6 to unmute yourself. And Madam Clerk, is there anyone in chamber wishing to speak?
Coach Woody.
Coach Woody, you're up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for honoring the El Segundo High School 2021 CIF champs tonight. I would like to recommend that the council extend that celebration for another 2 weeks. I see a potential magnificent and worthy way for the City Council and staff to make this championship celebration even more wonderful, because it's a proud DEI rallying point of our cities and your own doing, something everyone can agree on. It's that youth sports is the time and the place, the proven, the easiest, quickest, longest lasting return on investment for diversity, equity, and inclusion. As I stated in the first DEI meeting I was pleased to be in, and I will say until the day I die, the sport doesn't matter. I hope this additional proclamation helps enhance what our city staff and council team are accomplishing tonight by honoring our amazing young Eagles women and coach, uniting us all around our El Segundo High School soccer team and their families. I recommend a second proclamation honoring our very own El Segundo High School and Gundo Club coach forever, Skip Jones. He's the embodiment of everything good about youth sports in El Segundo and the nation. I recommend inclusive wording that Barbara's going to graciously help me out on that will touch many, many hearts in town like my own, as saying thank you to coaches and using Coach Skip as the tool for that. Thank you. Coach is the embodiment of everything Gundo youth and high school sports and coaches are meant to be. Coach Skip represents all the dedicated, committed, hardworking El Segundo coaches and administrators, volunteers, past, present, and future, who put their hearts, souls, and time into coaching our kids. Coach Skip and all Gundo coaches invest themselves in the DEI-like welfare and mentorship of kids and parents in countless multiple times a week and weekends, teaching young people, even parents, how to be leaders, even when their own kids don't play like Coach Skip's. Coach mentored our very own new DEI committee teammate, Miss Natasha Lee, to be a longtime Gundo standout student athlete, youth and high school AYSO, soccer and lacrosse, and club lacrosse and track star, and hundreds more young ladies like her in our town. And it'd be a chance for the city to congratulate and thank Coach Skip on behalf and in memory of all Gundo coaches and families, no matter their side of the issues and or politics of the day, for their incredible decades, for his incredible decades of service and dedication to our community. I'm just thinking of the thousands of families I've coached, and I know Coach has coached. You multiply that by hundreds, I dare say, in El Segundo who have done over the century, over the 1,000 mark. It's thousands and thousands of tens of families in our town. So, and Skip was a big AYSO. I know my time's almost up, but 21 years ago, he was the AYSO coaching director. I had to take his class to be an assistant BU6 boys coach. And Skip had been involved in AYSO long before that, and he started club. So I thank you all again from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot extra to me because I got a call from a parent asking for a favor, and that this favor really embodies what all coaches do in El Segundo. It was, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but there's a lot of meaning behind it, and it was, would you please MC our high school coaches banquet that was like 2 months ago? And I hadn't coached some of those gals for 4 years, some 3, some 2, some 1. So I'm now telling all my coaches what it really means when you're coaching out there. And I want you to pass the word on, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Woody. Appreciate it. Anya Goldstein.
Good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, City Council members, City Manager Mitnick, and executive staff. My name is Anya Goldstein, and as you know, I'm an El Segundo resident, small business owner, and member of the Sweat Equity Alliance. I want to thank the city for celebrating Pride Month by lighting the water tank on Monday, June 28th, in honor of the LGBTQ+ community. It's wonderful that you heard Sweat Equity Alliance in our community in our request that you do so. I would also like to commend you for issuing the Juneteenth proclamation today and to publicly thank the DEI Commission for their leadership in putting the proclamation forward. Council members, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Manager, we expect you to support, adopt, and follow through on the DEI's additional recommendations with substantive and lasting action to make El Segundo a safe and welcoming place for everyone who lives, works, and visits our city. Words are an important first step, but we cannot confuse them with meaningful, lasting policy changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein.
I have written communication.
Yeah, please.
No one. Maybe? I left it in my office.
Want me to go get it?
No. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. My name is Kate Alvarez. I'm a resident of El Segundo. I support the need for affordable housing in El Segundo. Affordable housing improves the quality of life of residents by leading to better health, outcomes, financial stability, security, and diversity. Affordable and quality housing allows teachers, nurses, first responders, and other service providers to live here in the community that they serve, among other benefits. Thank you. Thank you, City Council, for following suit with many other communities and acknowledging Juneteenth with a proclamation. And thank you to the DEI for putting it forward. Let's see more concrete actions to make El Segundo a welcoming place for all. Lindsay Pinkham. And the last one. My name is John Pickhaver, and I am a 3-year resident of El Segundo. Thank you for responding to both us at the Sweat Equity Alliance and to the DEI Committee as it relates to the Pride Month and Juneteenth proclamations, respectively. It goes a long way when city leaders listen and respond to its residents and then puts its support on record. We hope the city takes the next steps to create and develop ways to live out those proclamations. Furthermore, the DEI committee as a whole has done tremendous work in preparing their recommendations to council. These recommendations are long overdue for the city of El Segundo. We ask you to use your offices to implement these recommendations and take the necessary steps to acknowledge and atone for El Segundo's troubled history and imperfect present, so our beloved city can truly be a more welcoming place for all. And that's it.
No one left in chamber that would like to speak or on Zoom? No?
Zoom, no.
Okay, that wraps public communications. City Manager, anything to follow up on?
No, sir.
Thank you for that. We've got a lot of special presentations, and we're really excited about these. The first one, I don't know how we're going to do this, Scott, but I think we've got the majority of the El Segundo High School girls soccer team out there. So do we want to have Coach Skip Jones come in, or how are we going to do that, Scott?
Any way you like.
Yeah, I'd like them to be in here. So why don't we ask the girls to come in and acknowledge their incredible achievement? Thank you. Thanks, Monsieur. Yeah, Scott, Robert, can we do a picture outside with the girls afterwards? Or do you think? We'll see how it goes. Yeah, maybe we're back here and they're up there. Okay. Yeah, Coach, come on up. Yeah. And with the girls too, please. How you doing, Coach?
I'm excellent. How about you guys?
Good, thanks for being here.
Good.
So, not that people don't already know this, but I'm going to explain and
Sure.
let you ad lib, if you would, please. But you guys had a phenomenal season, you girls, I should say, and it's so good to have you up here. Congratulations during the CIF playoff. You've gone further than any other girls team at the high school, right? factual.
Yep.
Made it to as far as you can go. I was at that game. It was a real nail biter. And you girls did incredibly well. We're so proud of you as a city. And first ever girls soccer CIF championship in school history, as well as finishing second in the state regional playoffs. Let's hear it, girls. Come on, round of applause. Skip, do you want to introduce the players?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, thanks.
Delaney McRoberts, Akanisi Sorvaruku. I'm sorry. Chelsea Charles, Barcelona Heredia, Lizzie Kapoor, Shelby Lyon, Annika Klishevich, Isabella Munoz, Holly Wilbanks, Jaden Fode, Annika Nelson, Kira Doggett, and Trinity Parascandola.
Okay, that alone was impressive.
Well,
all
you know.
of us have coached teams before, dance or soccer or baseball or you name it, and to be
Yeah.
able to name your players like that. Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's all right.
It's good to see everybody. Last time I saw Chelsea, I was coaching an OSO team, and her team crushed us in regionals in Riverside. I don't know if you remember that, but anyway, it's good to see everybody. And anything you want to add, Skip? I know.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Firstly, I'd like to just mention what an incredible journey it was. I'm sure some of you might already read about it or heard about it. But what this team accomplished, by finishing third in our league play, waiting until the very last day of league play to find out if we'd even qualify for the playoffs, then to make it into the playoffs, and honestly, going in, I was happy. Every time we won, it was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. If we stop right now, it's all been good. But we didn't stop. We just kept going and going and going and going. And it became part of our DNA. And like I told them at the end of the last game, and we were all huddled on the field, this group of girls started a new culture for girls soccer at the high school. And they will be the ones, the majority of the team comes back next year. Of course, we'll miss our 8 seniors that are graduating. But the ground moving forward is paved in gold right now, and we want to keep it that way, keep it nice and polished, and hopefully for years to come, other teams will be standing up here with a much younger person than me coaching them. But yeah, and I also wanted to thank, I kind of caught bits and parts of what Woody was talking about, and I had no idea that he was going to say any of that stuff, but thank you, Woody. But I mentioned at the end of our championship game that this all started by the grassroots movement of coaches in this town. So it's not just me, it's everybody that was contributed to this to get them to this point. And yeah, that's about all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Phenomenal accomplishment. Council members, any comments?
I'll take it. No, being a graduate from El Segundo, class of '98, I can tell you I grew up listening to stories of teams that had come before and players that have come before, and the heart and the culture that was built. And it's going to be neat. You may not think about it now, but at your 10-year reunion, for some of you seniors, they'll be talking about your CIF championship. You'll meet little girls, you'll teach a clinic, or maybe one day you'll be a parent here in town and you'll be coaching a team, and they'll be like, did you know that El Segundo soccer had a CIF championship in 2021? And you're going to be like, yeah, I was on that team. But so what you've done is pretty awesome. We're so happy that we were able to get you all in here and recognize you. And everything you went through just to play this season, through the testing and everything else, it just shows your grit. And so I'm very proud of you as a member of the El Segundo community and a fellow El Segundo Eagle. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I think we're good. We want to do a photo, Skip, if that's okay. So maybe,
Fine, sure.
Robert, if you think you can pull it off with everyone.
I think so.
Okay, let's try it inside here.
Here, let's see if not, let's go outside. Okay.
You two go. What do you think? You're not gonna be in the picture? No. Just stand up. It'll be fine. We just gotta. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. Do I see everybody? Almost got everybody. Let's see now. No, you don't. I don't think you have to. No, I think I got it. Just want to get this out of the way so I can get the girls here. All right, I'm gonna see all the happy faces. Oh, I'm missing. Okay, I think I got everybody. All right, here we go. Here we go. And a couple of photos here. It'll be real quick. No worries here. Hold on. I got it.
Not that we have a council meeting or anything.
Yeah, well, I'll do best I can. Here we go. All right, here we go. And a couple of photos here, a couple more. Let me get a couple more here. And thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
What's that? It's Dahlia's. Hey, thank you, we appreciate it. Is that a mint? No, it's a city. Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's a liquor store.
Yeah, I don't go there for mints.
All right, next up, we have Dr. Matt Wonder here to present on behalf of the Da Vinci School. Dr. Wonder, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Boyles and City Council members. I am here tonight to publicly thank you for your support and acknowledge your great leadership in this wonderful city, and to present two different awards. The first one is the All Hazards Incident Management Team. We're most grateful that you were able to vaccinate our staff, which cannot be overstated, our gratitude for that. Several people to acknowledge, if I may run through them. Randy Collins, Jeff Lehman, Carol Lynn Erner, Tom Allen, James Carver, Victor Morales, Bryce Bartlett, Sean Green, Ryan Delgado, Zach Litwiller, David Duffy, Tim Harris, and Eddie Sang, and of course, Chief Donovan as well. The second certificate is long overdue. We applaud you, we laud you, we thank you for welcoming us into this great city when we opened our doors on Douglas in 2017. You've been exceptionally supportive of the school community. It goes hand in hand with being one of the most business-friendly cities around. Da Vinci Schools is honored to be in the city with El Segundo School District. I personally consider Dr. Moore a friend and a mentor. Even before we moved in, the professionalism, the kindness, the service quality from the police and fire departments and from the city manager's office and team is unparalleled. We're most grateful for that. Many thanks to Chief Donovan for his leadership. The women and men in his department have been so great to work with. We promise to be more careful when mixing chemicals in our lab, but we thank them for being there for us. I want to thank Chief Whalen for his extraordinary leadership. you will be greatly missed. I'm not sure the same is true for Da Vinci Schools, but we're really grateful for his entire department. They have been an invaluable member of our school community. And then behind every great functioning city is a great city manager, and we want to thank Mr. Mitnick and Deputy City Manager Voss for their expert management and leadership as well. And Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, Council Members Pertzik, Nickel, and Giroux. Your leadership, expertise, commitment, and inclusiveness has been a gift to Da Vinci Schools and the entire community, and we're most grateful that you've welcomed us as a member in your great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wonder. Much appreciated.
I'm not sure how we do this post-COVID.
Is this year their first full graduating class that started as freshmen? If they started as freshmen in 17, right? 17 freshman year would finish in 18, sophomore year finish in 19, junior year finish in 20. They graduate in 21, right?
All right, sir. We're going to take a couple of pictures here of this great occasion. If I could have you, sir, go down a little. There you go. Okay, I want to see that award. All right, here we go. And a couple more. And one more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks again, Dr. Wonder. Okay, next up we have the South Bay Fiber Ring completion. Really innovative project from the South Bay City Council of Government, and I see Charles Mallory with the shovel. Mr. Mallory.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. On behalf of the South Bay City's Council of Governments, right, they're pleased to present this shovel as commemoration of completion of or turn up, if you will, of the South Bay Fiber Ring. That took place in November of 2020 last year. And we're just so excited that we were able to move this forward. Do believe that it will save the city money, okay, on a day-to-day basis. And they want us to accept this shovel as a token of appreciation for our participation in this program. We were the first to connect to that actual network. And the team consisted of HP Communications, and they were the construction partner of American Dark Fiber. So again, they just want to remind us of what we have all accomplished together. And this will be a project that will live on for decades with the use of that fiber ring. So, thank you.
Awesome, Charles. And how much did it cost the city?
It actually cost the city $0.
That's what I thought. Yeah. And where did we get the money?
We actually got it from government, right? We got it
Metro.
from grants.
Metro. Yeah.
Yeah, transportation.
I don't know if it was R or M. Do you remember, Chris?
It's Measure M funding.
Thank you. Yeah, and it was basically
Measure M transportation funding.
Yeah.
Additionally, you know, we save money immediately because we were using I think it's Melissa's Scenic for Wi-Fi for the library. I believe that was about $20,000 a year. So immediately we were able to cut that off and save that money. And there are savings in other places as well. But it's an opportunity that we will have that we can use this for potentially other applications that we may share across cities. And then I am working to look at other opportunities to use the bandwidth as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Charles.
Okay.
Appreciate your leadership. Would you stand up here? We'll do a photo with you, please, with a shovel. Thank you.
I think so. Could we turn it the other way, sir? That way so I can read it. It was upside down. Excellent. Thank you, sir. Brings out your eyes. Here we go. 1, 2. One more. There we go. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have a proclamation. I'll read the proclamation, and the chair of our DEI committee, I believe, will be on Zoom to accept it. Is he here? Shad's here? Oh, awesome. Okay, in person, even better. Does someone want to grab Mr. McFadden, please? Hey, Shad, how are you? Good, how are you? Good. Okay, we have a proclamation. Whereas this nation was founded on the principle stated in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but in which people who are African American were held in slavery for many years. And whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, which holds that all persons held as slaves within a state or designated part of a state shall be then forward forever free, thenceforward forever free, thenceforward forever free, changing the legal status of 3.5 million enslaved African Americans from slave to free. And whereas the Emancipation Proclamation paved the way for the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas news of the Emancipation Proclamation did not reach the most distant slave states until 2.5 years later, being read in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865. And whereas the day of respect and remembrance called Juneteenth, a combination of the words June and 19th, is observed as an important day in our nation's history. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom while also serving as a reminder of the inequities faced by African Americans throughout our nation's history. And whereas El Segundo recognizes that a diverse community founded on shared values and community spirit is our strength and opportunity for the future. Now therefore, the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of El Segundo, California hereby proclaim June 19th, 2021 as Juneteenth Celebration Day. And we urge all citizens to celebrate our diversity, to recognize the strength of a rich culture, and experience the African American heritage. This celebration acknowledges the history of an important part of American society and helps unify our city and our nation as a whole, and it's signed by the council. And Chad, as the chairperson of DEI, if you'd like to say a few words and accept the proclamation, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Mayor Boyles. So last time I was here, we touched a little bit on the fact that race relations in America's history is not always pretty. And I think, I'd like to just tell my own personal story about finding out about June 19th and the sort of journey I've been on with Juneteenth, sorry. So as you said, so my understanding is that it was September of 1862 when the proclamation was issued to take effect, January of 1863. So like you said, it goes until 1865 when the troops were making the rounds through the Confederate states, because it only applied to the Confederate states, and basically ensuring that we were actually freeing slaves, when armies showed up to the door. So when I heard all that, I was always a little confused as a kid. I'm like, that doesn't sound like people are pleased. Like, that doesn't sound like the way that's supposed to work. I thought the president says it. So it was never, I was not someone who grew up like, what a great day. It still seems sad. And I found out later on, high school or college, that while that happened in 1865, there were still 2 states in the unions that had not given up slavery yet. So as you mentioned, I think it was December of that year where the 13th Amendment came into play. So again, while I know it's, historically, the African-American community has celebrated this day, that was not my experience. I thought it was a very sad day. I thought it was like, are people still pissed? Was kind of where my head was at. Like, are there still, like, it didn't seem like it ended perfect, even though it was so long ago. But I do think that days like this, and I thought about it a lot today specifically, I also didn't think it would be a day where I lived in a town where we were actually proclaiming this day. And the conversation that we started last week, or has been started since the DEI was formed, having these conversations and addressing this was a bad time, and this was a very good step for America to take. And while we still have a ways to go, I just think this proclamation is very, very much appreciated by myself, the DEI committee, and most likely all citizens that are fans of the diversity, you know, and it's, so thank you guys very much for proclaiming it. Really appreciate it, and yeah, that's great. Thanks, guys.
Chad, thank you for your leadership on the DEI, and thanks for sharing your personal story as well. Much appreciated. Let's get a picture, will you? Yep.
All right. Excellent. All right. Make sure I see all the handsome faces over here. All right. Sir, Mr. Pimentel, if you could step this way a little bit. You're crowded. Here we go. 1, 2, couple more, and one more. I think we got it. All right.
All right, next up we have Randy Collins, Emergency Services Coordinator, to talk about the COVID-19 update. Dr. Collins.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Pleasure to be with you tonight. And for once, I feel like we have a great opportunity to share with you how much better we're climbing out of this pandemic. And as most of you, I'm sure, know, today was a huge day for us in regards to lifting the restrictions statewide. And so I'm just going to brief you a little bit on that. The numbers, and I'm not going to read them to you verbatim as you can see them, and I'm sure you've probably seen some of the headlines today where across the country we've, actually these are a day old by the time we had to get to press basically, but we hit over 600,000 today in deaths across the country, so unfortunate there, and then we have 9 adjusted for our adjusted rate here in El Segundo. But the rate of transmission, the rate of cases has significantly decreased over time. Now, most of you would probably observe we have a lot of people here that are continuing to wear the masks and observing a lot of the protocols that we had to observe yesterday. And even though I told you that we had a huge lifting of restrictions today, part of that is because of some confusion going on with Cal OSHA. And what's really happening here is there's Cal OSHA met about a week ago and had some conflicting information with what the state was coming out with the State Department of Public Health and the state health order. So they were conflicting, and so they kind of tabled all of the changes that Cal OSHA had, which means we revert back to the November restrictions that Cal OSHA had already in place. So the conflicting information got tabled, and now we're on old guidance basically with them to, with Cal OSHA to re-meet later this week, and we hope that they're going to be in alignment with state restrictions, and then we can all move forward from there. With that being said, as we're waiting for that, Governor Newsom has indicated that typically there's a 10-day waiting period once the Cal OSHA committee meets and before their regulations take place. Governor Newsom indicated today that he would sign an executive order to waive that 10-day waiting period so we don't have a longer period of confusion or conflicting information or restrictions, as well as Governor Newsom also indicated that he expects the Cal OSHA guidelines that do get passed on Thursday, that they will align with the health officer orders and put us into basically sync with the where the restrictions are as they are today now with the lifted restrictions. Now that being said, the blueprint for the economy is gone. All the tiers, all the the colors that we've been trying to get out of when we were in the more restrictive tiers earlier on in the pandemic, and we've been climbing out of that ever since. As of today, those are gone, and we are now beyond the blueprint. And so we're able to get rid of that tier system. Individuals that are not vaccinated are still required to wear masks in indoor public settings, such as grocery stores and movie theaters and that sort of thing. But fully vaccinated people may go unmasked in most of those public settings, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a slide. And then obviously, workers still have to continue to follow the Cal OSHA guidelines, which is why we have that little overlap and a little confusion here upon reentry of the lifting of restrictions. So that being said, again, most masks are not being required for fully vaccinated individuals, and there are a few exceptions to that. Public transportation is a big one, so planes, trains, and automobiles kind of thing. We're still expected to wear masks for unvaccinated individuals or fully vaccinated individuals as well. And then indoors in K through 12 schools, childcare, and other use settings, they're still wanting masks to be worn there. But they also have indicated that they're waiting on CDC guidance to change, and when that happens, they'll fall in alignment with that. Healthcare settings, of course, is a place where they're going to continue higher level of care, and then homeless shelters, cooling centers, and emergency shelters, as those are activated for various emergencies and so forth, will take a higher standard of care there. And then in our state correctional facilities and detention centers, we'll still be on a higher level of care with that in the masks. In settings where masks are required only for unvaccinated individuals, businesses and other venues have basically three options. One is to provide information to all patrons, guests, and attendees that that they have vaccination requirements, and allow vaccinated individuals to self-attest, so proclaim that the individual is fully vaccinated, and so that they are in compliance before coming into that business or facility or venue. They also have the option to implement a vaccine verification system, so however that is worked out by the venue, so that individuals can demonstrate that they're fully vaccinated and then don't have to be wearing the face coverings, or simply just require all patrons to continue to wear masks in their venue. So people still need to be vigilant about where they're going and what the policies are of that particular venue upon entering, so that they can be in compliance and work with the venue and while they're visiting that venue or supporting that venue through their patronage. In terms of attestations, it can be active or passive. Active is a building which can have patrons engage in a symptom screener before entering the premise and without a mask, or passive is the building can post signs and basically indicate, hey, you're expected to meet this criteria, and then as long as it's posted, then it's passively understood that you're attesting that you don't have, or that you've been fully vaccinated if you're not wearing your face covering. So, as with throughout the entire pandemic, there are exemptions to the face coverings if you have to wear the face coverings. Obviously, the age in terms of the very young children don't have to, as well as if you have a medical condition that inhibits you from wearing a mask without endangering your health. The hearing impaired have always been protected in terms of having to wear face coverings, and then persons for whom wearing a mask would create a risk to the person related to their work. And that could be a situation where maybe they have to wear something even more protective. And so those are the exemptions to the face coverings. That being said, some updates as far as the All Hazard Incident Management Team is concerned. We're currently in our 110th operational period, so we've went through our planning process 110 times, developing 110 incident action plans. We've successfully conducted 18 vaccination clinics, one even conducted earlier today. And then we've facilitated 2,606 vaccines to date. That can be first or second dose. And then the team has also been recognized by FEMA in terms of they're actually recruiting our team to be a part of what they call their supplemental response team. And FEMA is sending a representative out next week to come in and have some discussions with the team, as well as going to Long Beach and Orange County, because they're interested in their incident management teams as well. What's pertinent about that for us in El Segundo is we're Big Ideas Take Off. and we're the smallest. Nowhere in this country does a jurisdiction of our size have a team as professional as ours, and certainly not being recognized by FEMA to being put on, potentially put onto this program and helping FEMA out nationwide when disaster happens. So it's a big honor just to be even looked at and recruited by FEMA, and we're looking forward to the visit from Edwin Minzenworth next week when he comes to check out the team. And just to wrap things up, vaccinations continue to proceed forward, although obviously the rate of vaccinations has declined, and the demand for it has kind of diminished a little bit. And but really, I continue as the emergency management coordinator for the city, continue to look at that right column for El Segundo, 13,021. That's one or two shots in the arm. But that being said, it's a great number for a population of our size. And with that, that concludes my update, pending any of your questions.
Any questions from the colleagues?
Mr. Mayor, Randy, at what point do we start to wind up operations for the operational periods?
That's a great question, sir. And that'll have to have some discussions with Chief Donovan and Scott. And one of the things that we want to pay attention to is that while we may tailor down the incident management team's response and the number of people that we have, as long as the federal and state disaster exists, we want to continue to make sure that we have a logistics and finance mechanism in place so we can continue to be eligible for reimbursements on things throughout that. And as that started, I believe September 21st is when the federal declaration was written to. I think it was an 18-month declaration, and then they have the opportunity to extend that, obviously, if they need to. But so I'm focused on September 21st, still having some level of operation so that we can continue maximizing our return on investment and things that we have to purchase, whether it be hand sanitizer, the plexiglass things, signs, whatever it is we need to do. But that being said, I think we're going to start having serious discussions about what the footprint of the incident management team and the response looks like.
Thank you.
I have a question. So during this time then, have you already started to document procedures and everything is so that we're prepared for the next an outbreak or emergency?
Yes, ma'am. Our process, so we have loads of documentation. I should take a picture of it. It's quite overwhelming, but loads of documentation, but more importantly, the process that we'll do as a team. And we regularly have done, because of the length of this particular response, we regularly get together as a team and debrief and talk about what went well and what went right, what was supposed to happen, what didn't happen, and we'll continue to evaluate that going forward. Early on, we did a after-action report on the initial response, and certainly once we completely close up shop, we'll do an overall after-action report as well.
Great job, Randy. You heard it from Dr. Wonder. I mean, it's great to get recognition from a school here in the city and also from FEMA. Obviously, keep us posted. Great work to you and the whole team. Thank you. Good news.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, Mr. Mitnick, we have recognition of Police Chief Bill Whalen's retirement, which bittersweet. Scott, you want to introduce this one?
Reluctantly. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, can you hear me? Okay. I have not been looking forward to this part of the agenda, so I'll do the best I can. So tonight we're going to recognize and convey our appreciation to Police Chief Bill Whalen for his last council meeting as our police chief. And we have a few things for you. I've been asked to say a few words on behalf of the executive team and the city employees. So, Chief, this is bittersweet. You've been a stellar police chief for El Segundo. You've had a stellar career. And I have some stuff from the executive team I won't go through all of it, but we have a swag bag, some nice goodies for you. Lots of things that say El Segundo.
Perfect.
And we included his and hers little wine mug glass thing, so.
For the concerts in the park.
Concerts in the park, so there you have that. And then a card from members of the executive team. And I've been asked to read something, can I? Yeah. Okay. You know what, you can read it for us, Michelle, from there. Oh, you're gonna have me test my, my eyes. Okay, so this is a digital age. So neither Supervisor Janice Hahn or her staff were able to be here today, so we have the electronic combination up there. I'm gonna do my best to read it. It's for, it's a combination for El Segundo Police Chief William Whalen. What's your middle name? John, okay. It says, it talks about your years of service. I think it says July 2017 through July of 2021. And in recognition of dedicated service to the affairs of the community and for the civic pride demonstrated by numerous contributions for the benefit of all residents of Los Angeles County, especially El Segundo. So you'll get the real thing in due course. Do we have any other items from anybody else? No? Okay, so Chief, on behalf of the city employees, the E-team, and the organization, you're gonna be missed, my friend.
Thank you, Scott.
And we're gonna be calling on you though, because we're trying to figure out what happened and why. We'll call on you. So council, I think you have a plaque there, and
We have a plaque, yeah, for
now
sure.
would be the time for each of you if you wanted to say anything.
Yeah,
and then
I'll
we'll
turn
take
it
a
over to my
picture.
colleagues.
Okay.
Is this the part where the roast begins, or is this supposed to be a little bit? All right, well, firstly, Chief, congratulations, not just on your retirement, but on an illustrious career in law enforcement. 32 years is a very long time to be in such a demanding profession, and it's something to be celebrated. In your time in El Segundo, you've helped to foster change through accountability, transparency, and a commitment to meet challenges head on, something that was all too necessary in the past 12 plus months. Being a leader is never easy. Leading by example means you are always out front, always questioned, and always faced with difficult and seemingly impossible decisions where you know that a percentage of people will not be happy regardless of what you decide. Sometimes doing the right thing is not the popular thing. It takes integrity and fortitude to make the decisions that put the well-being of the city and the residents before your very own. This is what you did over the past 5 years as our chief, and we are better as a city because of it. You are truly a professional and above all, a good and caring person. I wish you well on this next chapter in your life, and you will be missed. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Giroux.
I'll go next. So Chief, I just want to thank you from the city and the community. Your positivity, community engagement, and professionalism is been amazing, and you've really brought a lot to the city, and we're going to miss you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations on a fabulous career, 32 years. You have a beautiful wife. You get to go right off into the sunset, hopefully. You pull a Phil Jackson and have your Harley out front. I don't know. But no, congratulations. Thank you for your time here, the efforts you put in, the leadership you showed. And, you know, I'm looking forward to the command staff that you put into place ascending. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Nickel.
Chief Whalen, I think so much of what you've brought to this position is the ability to explain and communicate clearly. And I think as Councilmember Giroux phrased pretty eloquently, that one of the arts of leadership is the willingness to be unpopular and the ability to take those positions that may or may not be popular with the populace and explain the logic behind them and do so in an unflappable manner is a testament to your temperament, your tact, and your judgment, and I think we all appreciate it. I think in retirement, I wish I could say you could look forward to not having your expenses critiqued, but I suspect they will just come less eloquently. But congratulations, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chief, you came in with an open mind. I'll never forget when you first came to town. You brought your expertise on implicit bias, which came in handy for our city, given everything that we've been through in the last 15 to 16 months. I personally saw you meeting with and embracing protesters, again with an open mind. And most importantly, you provided assurance, confidence, and safety to a town that really honors and values that core value, that principle. So thank you for everything you've done. You'll be missed. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll say a few words and we get maybe a couple pictures in. You spend your whole career thinking about this moment. And I was actually practicing my remarks this afternoon, and it was coming remarkably easy to me. And then now standing up here in front of you, it's actually far more difficult. But I want to thank City Manager and all of you for those kind words. It really means a lot, and I really do appreciate it. It's very hard to believe. It's been 4 years since Tracy Weaver had me raise my right hand and swore me in as your chief of police out there in the plaza on the steps of the police department. And it's really hard for me to believe it's been 32 years, almost to the day, that I began my career as a reserve police officer for the city of Garden Grove. And as a young 21-year-old officer, I had no idea that one day I would have the great honor of leading the men and women of the El Segundo Police Department. Together, over the last 4 years, we have made many accomplishments towards our goals of community safety and being an employer of choice. And when I say together, it's because while public safety is one of the most basic functions of local government, it truly takes a team to accomplish that. And that team starts with all of you up there on the dais and your unwavering commitment and support of public safety. That team is all of the city departments and their leaders who are my peers. It's the city manager who trusts in me and gives me the resources to effectively lead that department. And it's the women and men of the El Segundo Police Department who come to work every single day dedicated to making this community a better place. I will always be grateful for the opportunities that you have given me here. I can think of no finer place to culminate my law enforcement career. There's no doubt we've had some challenges over the last 4 years, but I really believe that a very firm foundation is in place moving forward. I have been and will continue to work very closely with Captain Bermudez as he assumes his role as interim chief of police. And I can assure you and the community, the El Segundo Police Department will continue to provide the highest levels of quality service. In closing, I want to thank the community for generously welcoming me here back in July of 2017. I've appreciated the continued support not only of myself, but of the entire police department. While it's true the profession of law enforcement is far more challenging than it was 32 years ago, I remain incredibly inspired that there are still women and men who are ready to accept this challenge, raise their right hand, and put service above self. I wish nothing but the best for this community. I will miss all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Poof, fell down. All right, here we go, sir. All right. And a couple photos here. And one more. Well, I didn't get a flash. There we go. And now, you like to, please, by all means. Let me see, is Mr. Pimentel? Yes, he is. He's okay. Here we go. One more, just for good luck. All right, thank you, sir. Do we have maybe one phone in the center? No, both of us. You want to give me your phone, Richard? Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, next up, We're on to item A, procedural motions. Read all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda by title only. Would someone like to make a motion to do so? Read all ordinances and resolutions by title only.
Giroux, so moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Carol, Persick, second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please take a voice vote?
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Aye.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right, we're on to consent. And with regards to item 10, if there are any polls related to item 10, we can pull that individual item. For example, if someone wanted to pull item 1, authorizing the city manager to amend contract 5346 with the pro sum, we could pull that particular item or any one item as opposed to reviewing all of them. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 2 and 8.
Okay. Within 10, right?
Yes.
Okay. Noted. All right, any other polls? No? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve items, let's see, 8, 9, and then all of 10 with the exception of 2 and 8 under 10? Items 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17?
Giroux, so moved.
Thank you.
Persick, second.
Excellent, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Okay, passes 5-0 with the exception of 10.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on to under 10, professional service agreements and blanket purchase orders for fiscal year 2021 through 2022 in excess of $50,000. Lance, if you would please read item 2.
So I think what I'm looking at, I think it was number 2, sorry. Let me just pull that up so I can read it properly. Authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to agreement number 5861 with, I guess it's Reister Pacific Incorporated for the city's economic development and hospitality and tourism marketing services in a form approved by the city attorney, 1, to extend the term of the agreement to June 30th, 2022, and 2, to authorize payment for services up to $350,000. General fund city is, I guess, the general fund portion of that is $206,000, and general and Chevron grant fund $144,000 held in the fiduciary fund. So my call out, or really just question on this is, I believe it's probably a good thing to start a practice of showing exactly what we're doing with this $350,000. You know, I was on EDAC, so I know how it started and got it in. I'm all in favor of marketing, okay? I'm a businessman, I know it. One of the toughest things about marketing, though, is attaching a dollar figure to it. Like, what's the value of the marketing? Because it's not like you're selling something and getting something back from it. Marketing is a little bit of a leap of faith. So I think it's important to know or to start showing what the allocation is being used for, and is there a measurement for the success of that money?
Yes, thank you for that question. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. So about, I forget the exact date of the council meeting, we presented an economic development annual report, and that contained all of the activities that we utilized these funds for the last year. And that's available on elsegundobusiness.com now. And we plan to do an annual report every year summarizing exactly what you asked, what the money is being used for, and what the results are. So yeah, I'm happy to do that, happy to continue doing that, and invite anyone to take a look at that report. It did come at the end of a very long city council meeting, as I recall, but we do provide that information.
I remember the report. It was at the end of a very long meeting. It was also a pretty long report.
Yes.
So I just think that going forward, I think we need to take the next step and really line item, what are we doing? Is it $350,000 for a website? Because I know at one point in time it was a big thing that we were way behind, had to catch up on that.
Yep.
But what are we doing now? You're in a kind of a post-COVID world right now, right?
Right.
So what are we doing to take advantage? Utilizing that dollar figure. So that's all. It's just more or less, I don't expect you to have the exact answer right now, but it's kind of like a mode of thinking going forward to take that next step to try to measure what it is that we're doing
Yep.
and what we're spending it on.
Yes, will do. I can look backwards and work with Reister on exactly, where the chunks of money were allocated. And also, one really important thing right now is that we're looking forward to the stadium opening, the Super Bowl, TOT, you'll hear in the budget presentation, is obviously a challenging area for us, more challenging for the hoteliers. So we really want to put a lot of emphasis on that hospitality and tourism marketing and trying to capture those audiences that are coming to Los Angeles for the Super Bowl, for the FIFA World Cup, for the Olympics going, 2028. So we'll provide that. And I think also I wanted to take a moment to thank Chevron. Chevron is just a huge supporter of the Economic Development and Hospitality Program. And this item reflects that with the $144,000 that we'll be using from the Chevron grant fund that's specifically for economic development. And we provide a report to Chevron yearly as well to show them how we've used the money.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Nope.
No.
So we go to motion.
Yeah, would you like to introduce?
Yeah, I'd like to introduce a motion to approve item, I guess, number 2.
Within 10, right.
Within 10.
Nichols, so moved.
All right.
Or a second.
Yep, second. Okay, Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember Drew?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol?
Aye.
Councilmember Perstock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
Passes.
Okay, Councilmember Drew, if you could proceed to number 8, please.
All right, authorize the city manager to amend the contract with All Cities Management Services, Inc. for ongoing services to provide crossing guard services for the El Segundo School District for an amount not to exceed $130,950 in fiscal year 2021-2022. So again, I think this is one, obviously we've been going over budgets and with a fine-tooth comb for a while here now, and I know that's something that we're going to be looking at going forward. And I believe it's time to start looking with a fresh set of eyes and base things off of where we're at today, rather than where we've been in the past. The financial outlook for both the city and the school district obviously has changed. It's changed dramatically in the past 12 months. I believe further discussion should be had on this, where there is more of an equal share of the costs associated with this. So that's what I'd like to bring up right now, is that, again, we've rubber stamped this through for a long time. I get it. But at this time, I think we have to take a look at where we are and what is a more equitable situation for the city.
Mr. Lilio, would you like to address it, or Mr. Mitnick?
Well, just to address the question, so the city is picking up 100% of the costs for crossing guards. It's been that way as far back as I know. I would say going back to the early 2000s. Many cities across California had either a cost-sharing agreement with the local school district, or the local school district was picking up the full cost. During the Great Recession, that kind of shifted to many cities in order to provide that service for the community. And you're right, Councilmember Jerome, we're different financial times now, but the city has been picking up 100% of the costs for many, many years now. And this, I'm sorry, one other point. This has been increasing significantly year over year because of the minimum wage mandate by the state. So this coming January 1st, 2022, it's going up to $15 an hour, and that's reflected in this cost. So when I first started here a little over 5 years ago, this contract, the annual contract, was in the mid-80,000s, and now we're up to 130,000.
I also want to remind people that about 6 years ago, this discussion came up, maybe 7 years ago, where, because historically the city was paying for the librarians as well as the crossing guards. And it was the council's decision to basically say, okay, school district, you pay for the librarians, and we'll continue to pay the price for the crossing guards. And that was the shared cost. And so I just want to make sure we remind people that that was part of the process, or part of the historical fee structure before.
But 2 years ago, this came up, and we continued to take the crossing guards, but in addition, we take 100% of the school resource officer fees that are charged as well for both school districts. So we are heavily covering the safety burden within the school district.
But isn't the school resource officer thing, that's a law, that's not a choice?
It's a choice.
That they could legally help subsidize that service unless something radically changed, because in 2018 we discussed this, 2019 we discussed this.
I faintly recall being told something different, because when Vinci School came on and we had to have a second school resource officer who was spending essentially 100% of their time at Vinci School, we had asked the question, well, okay, should the school help pay for this? And it was, they have no obligation to. They can if they want to, but they are not obligated to. We can't
That's
just
correct.
make a decision here and say, okay, hey, ESUSD and Wiseburn, you're going to start splitting the bill with us. They could say, yeah, no thanks. Correct?
Yeah, I don't know that we're in that acrimonious a position. I mean, we work together on the fields and the irrigation and renovations. I think that to, a perspective from this seat would be, is there a way, given the continual escalations and costs of those services, that we can reach out? They have 1/5 of the customers that we do, and roughly half the budget. So I think there's probably some room to help.
To that end, we did ask in the most recent city school affairs meeting to undergo, I think the last time we did a fee study or a joint use study, was that 5 years ago, Scott or Joe? When we looked at all services provided by the school district and the city independently. I don't know that we did a full assessment of the value of those services, but we certainly did an exercise to look at that.
Right, that was about 5 years ago, Mayor.
And that came up again in a city school affairs meeting to talk about that, and also to share the budgets between the city and the school district, so we have a better understanding of how we're positioned and how the school is positioned. So we might be addressing that, Councilmember Drew, in a broader collective conversation when we look at fields and crossing guards and librarians and SROs, et cetera.
So then is it possible to table this until you have those discussions and kind of look at it all as a, we have all the joint use agreements, all that coming up. Why don't we just put everything into one pile and figure out where we're at? Because if we're going to piecemeal it out, it's going to be a lot of these discussions, I think. So what's the opportunity we have here?
With respect to crossing guards, so Joe, I don't believe they need the service during the summer months. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm not sure when the school year begins.
August 25th?
So this contract would have to be in place prior to that, otherwise there would be no crossing guards.
So I could throw out a suggestion. To answer the question, yes, we could do that, and then we'd have to come to you prior to the start of the school year and have this issue worked out. The city manager and the school superintendent were directed to work together over the summer to review all the materials and then come back with an overview and potentially recommendations to the committee for the committee's consideration, and then back to the city council and the school board. So that'll take a little bit of time. With respect to the crossing guards, you could approve what's in front of you, and we go forward in late August and September with the program. And while that is being services being provided, we can go through the review process. And then if you want to make changes to it, you could do it at that time. Or you could simply say, we're going to hold off on doing that, and we'll have to figure out a way how to pay for the service at the beginning of the school year. My recommendation would be go forward with what's recommended, because this would catch the school district off guard, and we have an understanding. And then we can take a look at the bigger picture in this issue as well. But as your staff, we could do either way. This is your call today. If you want me to put the superintendent's feet and my feet to the fire and have us start talking right away and come back to you in July or early August, we can do that too.
And this contract is really just to secure the crossing guards. As far as who's the city will always be paying them. It's just, do we get the money similar to the way if we change the practice, the librarians are city employees, even though the district gives money to the city to pay for those city employees.
So the the company that we contract with, they need to know for planning purposes.
Yeah,
at least
but
a
I'm
couple
saying,
months
what
ahead
I'm
of
saying
time.
is we can move forward with the contract.
Right, we could, yes.
Similar to, and if there's a change, it could change the way we operate the librarians. Because currently today, though the school district pays for the librarians, they are city employees.
And also, if council does approve this contract tonight for 130, we're not held to that 130. So if council chooses to reduce the size of the services sometime down the road within the fiscal year, that can also happen as well.
It's just giving you the authority to spend up to
Up to,
100%.
correct.
Yeah, Councilman Nichol was going to say something. I think I saw you put your finger up. No?
Yes,
You-
it's having to speak. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. This is a serious issue. The way I see it is the children leave their homes. They're our responsibility until they enter school property. The school district has zero authority over the roads in El Segundo. Zero authority as to what's happening with anyone walking down any street near a school. Those children are our responsibility until they get on that campus. I'm happy to move forward with this. I'm happy to continue paying for this until the end of time. I would rather the school district spend the money that they have allotted to them by the state, which is not much, to try to enrich the educational lives of our children versus spending $130,950 on crossing guards. I mean, you have athletic teams, like this team that we awarded tonight. You know that they owe the athletic department money for all the extra buses that they had to take to all those extra games. So here it is, we acknowledge them, you give them a city pin, and here it is, they're walking out the door going, okay, where's the next fundraising effort so that we can pay for these buses? Right? Like, the school is not flush with cash when it comes to these things. So I will let the rest of you speak, but I'm ready to make a motion to move forward, put this thing to bed.
By the way,
and talk
neither
about
are
it
we
again.
flush with cash. Neither are we flush with cash.
We are not.
We're not. So our job up here is to take care of our general fund. I'm not saying that we don't need crossing guards. I'm saying that this is obviously a joint use, and joint means two sides. Not one side does everything and the other side does nothing, to me.
Their job is to educate the children who live in this town. Their job is not to get those children to school.
It's our job.
It's the city's job. It's our promise. It's our obligation to the residents of this town to keep the streets safe. That's why people can sue us if they trip on our sidewalks.
Again, I'm not saying we don't need them. I'm saying let's look at how we're doing this.
So all I'm saying is I'm happy with the way the situation is.
It's a difference of opinion, that's fine.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, you look like you're ready to hit the mic button. I don't know, your finger's on the button. Are you?
I think it's a joint use. I think with any other entity in town that has a logistical requirement, it is not out of character for cities to work with them to a point where we want to ensure the safety of everyone going into a joint use. At the same time, the people providing that joint use, our dance partner, provides a part of it as well. I don't think that we're in a position where we would be asking them to take 100% of an obligation for a resource officer or a crossing guard. But I don't think it's unreasonable for them to ask us to join us as we provide for this overall provision of safety. We have 39 police officers, 2 of which are assigned to schools. And those are a much bigger ticket item. Each one of those costs more than this contract. Right? So I think that as we put those services out there and provide for these things, that having an understanding that we are in this together is probably a first start. And I think they've traditionally been a good dance partner for us with this. But with these state mandated escalations in wages, it's only going to go up. It will go up sequentially every 6 months. I think it's something that it's worthwhile us exploring what the future of this looks like. And I think that we've all seen, once the school year begins, we will have this place packed with parents wanting us to put up more stop signs and provide more crossing guards. It's an annual right. It's just something that we do, and so making sure that we are provided and prepared for that, and addressing the changing patterns of how kids walk. We're putting in new sidewalks, things like that. It's fine for us to ask them if they can participate and help.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
My point here is simply to start having the conversation that we have to start looking at everything. We just can't exclude certain things because it's convenient and it's a hot button issue. We have to look at everything. We talked about doing a zero budget, okay? This is all part of it, and I believe me, I understand. I have kids in the school system as well. I understand the importance of it, but if we're really going to address where our money is going or where the people's money are going, then it includes everything. And that's all I'm trying to get to here. So if it's a matter of authorizing this to get the contracts done, because obviously we know we're going to have crossing guards, and then we can start having that discussion, or you can start having that discussion, that's fine. But I just want to make sure we're having the discussion and that you'll be able to report back on where we're at with it.
Yeah, we've already instructed, we've already directed him to do that.
Okay.
All right, so you want to make a motion to approve? I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
And just affirm that you and the superintendent continue to work together on all joint use services, arrangements, et cetera.
Correct, and I'll follow up with a call tomorrow to the superintendent. And we'll put, the city clerk will put it on the agenda forecast to report back to council.
Is that realistic that we get that in September, early September?
Yes. Yes.
I just want to make one comment. You know, the city has the ability to make money, the school districts don't. And so remember that they may be flush today, and that's because of COVID and money coming from the federal government, but they are beholden to the money that's doled out to them from the state of California and the federal government. We as a city have the ability to raise money. So I just want to make sure we are clear of that. And to me, the safety of our children is the number one thing that we need to be focused on. So I'm going to second the motion.
All right. The only thing I would say to that, Carol, is we can't really raise revenue without raising taxes. It's the only, and we can't really make money anyway, like in terms of profits, but I get your point that they have a fixed budget more or less. Okay, we have a first and a second.
Yeah, voice vote.
Yeah, voice vote, please.
Clarification, was that Mayor Boyles and Councilmember Persick?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol?
Aye.
Councilmember Persick?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, lively discussion. Good stuff, thank you. All right, we're on to, that's it for consent. We're on to appointments of the Recs and Park Commission. We are really proud to announce Kelly Watson. She's returning to a partial term expiring May 30th, 2024. And Bob Moda is on a full term expiring May 30th of 2025. Thank you for their continued efforts for Recreation and Parks. And next up, we have the City Treasurer Report. Matt Robinson is on Zoom, I believe, right? No, we moved up a couple items. I'm sorry, folks. I thought you guys were on the same page with that, yeah. Do we have Matt on the line for the City Treasurer Report?
Yeah, I'm here, if you can hear me.
We can hear you. We can't see you.
All right. Good evening, everybody. We have a packed agenda, so I will make this short. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is for the period ending March 31st, 2022. The big change in the portfolio, I would say, between last quarter and this quarter is more so just accumulation of cash in our account. We've had a number of bonds get called and just general net credits to the city. And rather than invest those, we're actually finding better return in our bank balances. You can see that the return is about 45 basis points, which is actually higher than LAIF as of the end of March. That's only good up to a certain point, as basically that's just used to offset the banking fees that we incur. And so the rule of thumb is that if we have about 13 million in cash averaged daily throughout the year, then that will basically cancel out all of our day-to-day kind of bank fees. So we're kind of running that a little bit high right now in anticipation of investing more in some of the more reserve investments that you see out here. There haven't been any changes to any of these. Again, it's more so just money, just movement from LAIF into cash or just cash accumulation. So here is the ladder that we try to build out. This is something that we actually were working on today. We just started to move out into 2025 and 2026. The idea is that we would have an approximate equal amount in all of these buckets. And ideally, they would mature at times that we would have net debits to the account, any with the POBs that's happening at the end of Q2 / the beginning of, it's the beginning of July. So we're going to be trying to match our liabilities with these maturities. And that's something that we're currently working on, and we're actually starting to invest some of that cash finally. Here's our portfolio by position, which isn't particularly interesting. There were no transactions last quarter. Again, this quarter, we'll start to see some transactions present themselves. Here is the interest that we received. You can see down here in the corner, this is, we received roughly $300,000 in interest over the quarter. We had some maturities, some CDs mature, as well as a medium-term note. And then we had a call in Q1, and we've started to see, pickup in calls as obviously rates have been low and banks are starting to, or issuers are starting to refinance. Other important part is compliance. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're within all of our investment policy mandates. The key point here is comparing this weight column with maximum weight, and you can see that in every instance, the weight is less than the maximum weight. So we're good there. Rating compliance, we're just making sure that we are at time of purchase, A rated or better in everything that we buy, and in some cases, AA or better, depending on the security type. But you can see all of those are looking good. We had Wells Fargo. This has been a topic in past quarters. The S&P rating dropped after we bought it, but it's still, by all means, investment grade and nothing to worry about, in my opinion. I'll skip over Leif, in large part, but you can see that the rate's been continually going down, and it currently sits at about 30 basis points. City cash flows, this is something we've seen before. This kind of just shows how debits and credits are compared by month. Net change in cash by year. Historic drawdowns is kind of a new slide that I put in there just to kind of show rolling 12-month cumulative drawdowns and the actual monthly cash, just to kind of see how our cash flows move. So here's the economic environment. I'm speeding through this, but obviously this is something that you can all pull up and poke through if you want some more detail, or obviously open for any kind of discussion after this. You can see that treasuries, in particular at kind of the end of the yield curve, or at least the yield curve that we're concerned with, because we can only invest 5 years out, that rates in the first quarter really started to jump up at 5-year and 3-year maturities. And you can kind of see that in the offerings. And so, again, those are starting to look a little bit more appealing, but, compared to Leif and what our bank accounts are getting, these 2-year bonds, are still there under Leif. So, it's even kind of a push as to whether we want to go out as far as 3 years on any of these things and lock up money for that long when Leif continues to kind of, trot along. Here's the, just kind of a state of the economy. It's common belief that when this turns negative, the economy is not doing well and you can expect a recession. You can see that started to trend upwards, which is a good thing. Inflation has been ticking up, employment's been going down, but inflation is a hot topic right now in the market. A lot of differences in opinions as to what's transitory and what's not. This is kind of the inflation prediction. You can see there's been a huge jump in I guess what the TIPS market is telling us what inflation will be over the next 5 years, which is obviously a concern when you're investing in something that's returning 1% and expected inflation is 2.5%. And the last thing I'll show you is just a new visual that we've been using to select new bonds, which is, this is kind of the universe of bonds that we have to choose from. As I mentioned, if we have a maturity out there in, Q2 2024, we're still not even breaking 50 basis points. So it's a tough environment for yield. And we've, again, just kind of started to get out here as far as we can go as Q2 2026. And there's some options out there over 1%, and then we've started to take them. And that is all I have. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, City Treasurer. Matt, are there any questions? I don't think so. Great job.
Yeah, very good job. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you being on. Next up, we have the public hearing. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, we have a correction, actually. Mr. Lubes, Dave Lubes, if you're watching, we apologize. I don't know how we missed you on the Rexham Park Commission coming back for another term. I think it's his third, isn't it? Dave's third. Dave, thanks again for serving. Sorry we missed you. I don't know how that happened, but we apologize. And congratulations, and thanks again. All right, we're up to item C, public hearing number 18, proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 operating budget. Oh, yes, we do want to do a bathroom break. We're going to come back. We'll be back at, let's see, what time is it? 7:31. How about we say 7:45? Does that work for everybody? 7:45. 7:45. Great. Thank you for that. We're on to item 18, proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 operating budget. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I think you want to say something.
Mr. Mayor, I did want to jump in on one thing. There's a sort of grand tradition as taxpayers of thinking that every public works project is a bullet train, a big dig, or a bridge to nowhere. I was remiss in pulling a few items off here. Acacia Park completion, the Bleacher completion. We don't have it on here, but it is current and is the end of the pilot program for parking on El Segundo Boulevard. I don't have an exact count of how many consecutive public works projects have come in ahead of schedule and under budget, but they continue to do great work. I think it's worth noting. There may be runaway public works projects around the world, but there aren't here, and I think it's something that Elias's team should take great pride in.
Well said. Thank you for pointing out, Mayor Pro Tem. Right when you started speaking, he left the room, though. I don't know, but Elias, hopefully you heard that.
Classic public works guy. He's off saving the world
He's
somewhere.
going to save the
baklava.
He's off saving I was eating the baklava back there.
That's okay. I am the eyes and ears for all department heads. I'll pass it on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, and so we're on to the capital improvement program budget, GAN appropriation limit, and city strategic plan revisions with 4 motions. And this is a time and place hereto fixed for a public hearing. And city clerk, was proper notice of the hearing given in a timely manner?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Has any written communication been received regarding this public hearing?
It has not.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Mitnick, I'm assuming you and Joe Lilio will make the presentation. I would just ask council to hold off on commentary. If you have specific questions, that's fine. If it starts getting into commentary, then we should open it up for public input. So let's just keep it to questions only. Mr. Mitnick?
Close the hearing and then public, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Mitnick?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as the mayor indicated, this will be a tag team between your chief financial officer, Joe Lilio, and myself. I will do the introductory comments. Joe will give you the meat of the budget, and I'll do the wrap-up comments. And as the mayor indicated, we do have questions at the end, and because we have the PowerPoint, we can easily go back to any page later when you have questions. So I'm going to just start out, remind you what the purpose is, and I'm going to lay out what we're going to talk about, and then we'll talk about that stuff, and then we'll summarize it and wrap up the actual action items in front of you. So to begin with, the purpose of the hearing is that we've been in front of you several times now over the last several months working on this budget. And this fiscal year that we're in now, that we're wrapping up, it's a 9-month fiscal year because we're shifting to the July 1, June 30th format. So a lot of it's been compact. So we've been in front of you multiple times. We had a study session, I think it was in April, right? Or May? May 4th. It was May 4th, and then on April 20th, we were in front of you on the strategic plan. So we're going to, today we're going to talk about the strategic plan revisions. I'll do that shortly. Then we're going to talk about the general fund budget. We'll walk you through the key revenues, summary of the appropriations. We'll talk about how we balance the budget. From there, we'll talk about the special revenue funds and then other funds that you are in charge of, including debt service, enterprise funds, water and wastewater. And then we're going to talk about the capital improvement program. And then we'll briefly comment on staffing levels, labor contracts, the pension situation, our OPEB, and future challenges and opportunities, and then the recommendations will be in front of you. So having said that, I'll focus very briefly on the strategic plan update. Back on April 20th, we were in front of you with the 3rd year of a 3-year strategic plan. That's where we're moving into. You did ask us to make some revisions. We've done that, and I'm going to summarize those for you right now. The first is the mission change, and just as a reminder, no change there. You were comfortable with provide a great place to live, work, and visit. The vision, you did ask us to make some changes, and what's in front of you there, highlighted in yellow, be a global leader where big ideas take off while maintaining our unique small town character. This reflects your desire, not just focusing on business, but say something about the small town characteristics. And so we believe with this, we achieve that objective for you. Then with respect to the values, you did ask that we add 2 to the list. The 2 are included there in italics and yellow, inclusivity and respect for the past. We've added those 2. Next, the section on culture, you asked us to add the highlighted and italicized engage the community a line item. So we added that. The top 10 priorities, You did ask us to make revisions to priorities 4 and 7. Don't worry, I won't read through all of them. There are 4, I'll read through the 2 you did ask us to change. Item number 4 now is in italics and highlighted in yellow. It reads, develop a plan to ensure long-term viability of recreation programming, especially at the aquatic center and the plunge facilities. You wanted to make sure we focused on the pools, so we've done that. Priority number 7's been revised to read as follows: preserve the integrity of the city's R1 zoning and identify potential areas for new housing to comply with State of California's Regional Housing Needs Assessment, otherwise known as RHNA, requirements. You did deal with that, touched on that yesterday with your joint study session with the Planning Commission. So that rounds out the top 10 priorities. With respect to your 5 broad goals, the 5th broad goal, which is champion economic development and fiscal sustainability, you did ask to add a series of new activities. I'll hit on those quickly. Under the category of fiscal sustainability activities, you asked to add the 3 bullets there. One is to revise the city's admin code regarding personnel rules. You asked us to have language in there about the business sales tax. And then the last one, to pursue the appropriate revenue measures such as a parking tax. So we will look at that down the near-term road here. And then the next slide shows you under the category, you asked us to add a new business incubator activity. It reads as follows: to work with the El Segundo Economic Development Corporation, Chamber of Commerce, and other stakeholders to explore the potential to establish an El Segundo business incubator to stimulate economic development. So this is a big ask, and we've started some discussions. I know the mayor, you've been working on this, so this is on the list for us to work on. You added some language with respect to the new Smoky Hollow parking plan activity. It reads as follows: in compliance with the Smoky Hollow specific plan, accelerate the production of parking spaces, striping of public streets, and implementation of one-way streets. So we've begun the process already on the parking space issue. I'm out there. You will see more attention and dedication to this topic over the next fiscal year. Next. Okay, so that's the wrap up on the strategic plan revisions as directed. You had quite a discussion on that in April. Any questions or thoughts on those? Okay, you'll get a chance to give thumbs up or down on that at the end of the agenda item. Now I'm going to turn it over to Joe, who will walk you through the numbers.
City Manager, quick question to see if I want to make sure I'm not in the wrong part of this. If we have questions about the Smoky Hollow in-lieu parking budget line item, that comes later?
The budget piece of it, yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good evening, Mayor Boyles, City Council members. So we did have a budget study session on May 4th with City Council, also on April 20th, strategic planning session. So some of this material, it is repetitive. This here is a snapshot of the total citywide appropriations for fiscal year 2021, 2022. So as Mr. Mitnick mentioned earlier, we're shifting from a 9-month budget to a 12-month budget due to shifting fiscal years from the federal fiscal year, October 1 through September 30 to July 1 through June 30. So for 21-22, total proposed appropriations are $160,038,672. Just a couple of line items I'll point out real quick. So on the far left, there's line numbers. Number 1 is the general fund. That's the largest portion of the citywide budget at $77.6 million, just under 49%. Then the enterprise funds make up the next largest portion. That's number 2, water fund, number 5, wastewater fund, 16, solid waste, and 18, golf fund. And that totals about 24% of the total citywide budget, or $38.1 million. And then the next largest group would be the internal service funds. Lines number 7, 8, and 9, that's the equipment replacement fund, workers' compensation, and general liability, make up just under 10% of the total citywide budget. And if there are any specific questions along the way, please feel free to ask. This slide transitions into the general fund revenues. So total general fund revenues are estimated at $74.8 million for next year. Most of revenues are back to the pre-COVID levels, so that's good news, with the exception of two of them, the TOT, which is down about $7 million, and business license tax down about $500,000. So TOT is reported monthly, and we'll be watching that very closely. We're currently at about 63% occupancy. That was as of April. However, the room rates are down significantly still, 30 to 40% compared to pre-COVID rates. And this pie chart just reflects the diversification of general fund revenues. Many cities don't have quite this diversification, so this is a good thing. This graph depicts the top 6 general fund revenues going back from 2017 through the proposed 2022 budget. And I would just like to point out, if we go to the far left on top, that purple line, which is the TOT revenue, you can see it was the top revenue until COVID hit in February of 2020. You can see that continue to decline, and now we're slowly starting to climb back up. However, it is still significantly down compared to where we were pre-COVID. The fiscal year 21-22 proposed general fund appropriations total $77.6 million. And I'll just highlight a few. Police and fire, public safety make up about 50% of the budget. And then that line number 3, which is transfers out, that's a combination of things. Primarily, it's for the pension obligation bonds. So that's being transferred out to the debt service fund, new debt service fund, which we created to make the payments towards the debt on the pension obligation bonds. Okay, any specific questions from City Council on any of those departments? Okay.
One question, Joe.
Yes, sir.
On that last graph, you know, down at the end where it says total, and it says total change 31.5%. Did you run that without that outlier of the 743.1% transfer out change?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So percentage change, just looking at the total, because we're going from a 9-month to a 12-month.
Right.
You know, I was just really paying attention to the percentage changes.
Correct.
And trying to see what the average was, but if you average it with that 743 in there, that's going to skew everything. So I was just curious if you had that number without it, but if you don't, it's okay.
No, I don't have it handy.
Okay.
And really, yeah, the bulk of that change is because we are going from this 9-month to this 12-month budget. Okay, this is a pie chart on total personnel costs, so just personnel costs. So salaries and all benefits. So salaries make up about 58%. And then the two other largest portions are the retirement CalPERS, which is $4.8 million, or 8%. So on the left-hand side of the pie chart, that darker green. And right below that yellow-orange color, which is the pension obligation bonds, just under $9.8 million. So totaling 24% going towards pensions. And if we look at this personnel budget and compared it to the general fund budget overall, pensions, so that includes the POBs and the ongoing normal costs for retirement, makes up about 19% of the total general fund appropriations. And that will remain steady, and that will actually go down because of the pension obligation bonds. Previously, we were anticipating that to climb up, actually to about 26% of the total budget in the future years, but because we issued the POBs, that debt service is level, and as the appropriations increase in future years, that will be a smaller portion of the overall budget.
Joe, I thought on your previous chart, I saw workman's compensation was at $5 million as opposed to 2.6 as a budgeted number.
Let me go back.
Or do we apportion it separately in this chart, maybe?
The chart in
this is the general fund allocation.
Oh, I see.
So this is just the general fund.
Got it. Thanks.
I think to your point, though, the one we have in our packet is different.
Slightly, but also that's the workman's compensation fund outside the general fund. So $5 million in addition to this 2.6 that lives within the general fund appropriation. Got it.
Right. Okay, so balancing the budget. For fiscal year 2019-20, when the pandemic began in February, it was a challenge to balance the budget. Staff, we got together and we came up with a strategic and methodical plan to address that, and it was successful. The development of the current year budget, 2020, 2021, again, very strategic and methodical. It's very successful. Now we're before you proposing the 21-22 budget, still dealing with some of the effects of the pandemic. We did start off the budget discussions with a $9 million deficit, and this was presented to City Council on the May 4th budget study session. And the way that we came up, the plan to address this is use of one-time funds from the OPEB trust of $2.4 million. Currently, that trust has earned $6.8 million in investment earnings just this fiscal year alone. It was only anticipated to earn $1.8 million, so it's doing exceedingly well, that trust. One-time use of general fund balance, $2,025,000. Strategically freezing 23.5 positions, and there's going to be a subsequent slide getting into that here next. And that's just under $2.2 million. Reduction in O&M for $1.5 million, and a reduction in the equipment replacement fund contribution of $900,000. That represents about a 50% reduction, and in subsequent years, that will go back up to 100% funding. So this is part of the 23.5 positions that are frozen. We have 12.5 that are frozen for a full year, and these positions before you represent those 12.5 positions. The yellow ones that have the asterisk, so those are the police lieutenant, police sergeant, and 2 police officers, all sworn positions. You see the asterisk there on the bottom of the footnote, city manager and police chief discretion. So the total value of that, extrapolating out over time, is $973,000. So that's the total amount that needs to be saved by the police department for these full-time positions next year.
If I could interject just for clarity, Council, this issue came up in the May 4th study session, and you had a discussion about the discretion for the police chief to just make sure to come up with the savings of that amount. We did not get clarity on that, but we're recommending that the way we deal with that is the police chief and myself each month will take a look at this to make sure we're achieving, if you are supportive of this, that we achieve that $973,000, or that we're on target to achieve the $973,000 savings, whether, and then how we do it in terms of what positions to be frozen, that we'll have some flexibility there. There seemed to be support among the council to do that. So I've taken the leeway and some latitude from following up from that discussion to display it this way. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next slide is the remaining 11 positions, and these are frozen for partial year. You'll see at the far right-hand column the number of months that those positions are frozen. So we took a very strategic approach here on how to calculate this, and I'll give you an example. That top position, the Director of Development Services, that recruitment is out on the streets right now, so to speak, and by the time we get that individual onboarded to the city, it probably will not be before August 1st, or I'm sorry, September 1st. That's 2 months into the fiscal year, and that's how we approached each of these positions. Okay, any questions on this slide? Okay. The proposed general fund reserve strategy. So maintain the general fund reserve of 20% for 21-22, and incrementally increase the reserves to 25% over the next several years. So that's just a policy recommendation that council will have the chance to weigh in on. 20% reserve for next year equates to $15,365,569. The Economic Uncertainty Fund. So we did draw down during the current year to help with one-time capital. And that amount was about $977,000. And we're proposing to bring the Economic Uncertainty Reserve back up to $1.9 million. So not quite the $2 million. We're just, we don't have the capacity to do that yet. And then bring it back up to $2 million in subsequent years. So other city reserves, again, we have the OPEB trust. It's funded at about 59% currently, $32.9 million. The pension trust has a balance of about $5.1 million. And then we do have this other PARS retirement enhancement plan at $1.4 million. So pension obligation bonds, I'll just touch on this real quick. Council did authorize the issuance of pension obligation bonds. I'm going to use the term POBs moving forward. The city did receive a AA+ bond rating. That's excellent, especially in our current environment. City issued POBs in an amount of $144 million. That equates to about 95% of our unfunded actuarial liability with CalPERS, as council approved. And CalPERS, I last updated council, CalPERS was on track to come up with a 15% annual return. They are now on target to hit 20% by June 30. So looks like they're going to have an excellent year if that can maintain the next 15 days. The city was oversubscribed on our bond issuance. So that means we had $144 million in bonds. However, there was $650 million in interest to purchase our bonds. So that's great. And that helped drive the interest rate down. And our interest rate, when you look at the bond as a whole, was 2.568%. That's the second best rate any POB that's been issued in the state of California in the last 18 months. So I think that's a great achievement for the city. The POBs bring about $82 million in savings over the next 19 years. That's from a budgetary perspective. About $60 million present value. And level debt service over the next 19 years of about $9.8 million per year. And this addresses the City Council strategic priority to address rising pension costs. Special revenue funds, I'll just go through this real quick. All the transportation funds total about $10.2 million. That's Measure R, Measure M, Prop A, Prop C, and so on. Gas tax. Public safety special revenue fund appropriations about $1.8 million. Other special revenue fund appropriations of about $1.6. Senior housing fund appropriation of about $105,000. That includes $60,000 for a study for the plumbing. And then in total, all the special revenue funds total $13.8 million. Cultural Development Fund, or also known as the 1% for the arts fee. The 5 items before you is what ACC has proposed. So if council is fine with that, or if they have any if you have any comments, but this is what's being proposed. So a total of $273,000 for those 5 items before you. There is also a total of $312,346 on current year projects that have not been completed that will roll over, that council already approved. And that will bring the total budget to $585,000. But these are the new appropriations that ACC and Community Service Director Melissa McCollum is requesting City Council to approve.
Those carryover projects, that includes the Gateway?
Yes, that's in there.
Joe, is there, sorry if I missed it, I will say this, but is there a balance as to what is in this fund? This is what's being asked for, but what is in the fund is?
Yeah, so with the anticipation of new projects coming online, we're probably going to be right around $650,000, about $650,000 for next year.
Okay, so they're not asking for every dollar that's in the current fund?
No. For every dollar that's currently in the fund, yes, but we're anticipating new deposits, new revenue will come in, and that will bring it up to about $650,000.
And you open the door for questions and comments, but we should wait on that, right? When you're done with this entire presentation, come back to it?
Comments later, yeah.
Yeah.
And if I can interject on the cultural 1% fund. This also reflects the commissions being responsive to the concerns you've raised during the year. So they did tone down their request, and they had a session where they gave a summary of what they're requesting. So it does reflect past input from your body.
Now, there is a request, a new request that came in after this was put together and the budget was put together. ACC and Community Services Director Melissa McCollum are asking City Council to approve an additional $20,000, that's not on here, for the art walk that is proposed to take place in August. So if Council would approve that, that would add an additional $20,000 to the 273, bringing it up to 293,000.
Don't we already have that budgeted as part of our marketing budget? Art Walk, I think, is budgeted. A couple of years ago, we moved that from a art piece to marketing, I think. 48,000 recurring, $16,000 recurring per 3 for $48,000 a year, I think.
I think we justified it as a marketing expense. I don't know if it was allocated to that. Where's it been, Joe?
So historically, it's been in the general fund, and the art walk has come before City Council each year to ask for that request. We did not include it in the 2022 proposed budget. So there is no allocation for that for next year.
That was for a one-day art walk too, right? No, I think it was.
I don't know if Melissa's here. I don't know the details behind it.
I think that they're asking for one day, but I want clarifying. Yeah, just clarify that. Is it for one day? Okay, thank you.
I've asked Deputy City Manager Barbara Voss to come in. She might be able to provide clarity on that other point. Oh, is Barbara able to speak?
I hear someone coming.
I recognize those feet. Oh, that's you. I was going to say Barbara was moving fast.
Sorry, I was on Zoom, but I don't think I came on the screen. Yes, the 20,000 request is a new request that came up over the weekend, and it would be for a one-day event at the end of August. And there are some other changes to the event that they will propose, including focusing on the downtown and focusing on outdoor events, but it will be similar to past years. So did that answer the question?
I think halfway, I think we need Barbara to clarify, because when Mr. Renfro used to come up here and make the pitch, and then he did it 2 years in a row, and the third year we decided to take that burden off of him and make it a recurring expense. But I think, Barbara, can you maybe speak to where the art walk will move to in the budget and may have moved out of this year?
Melissa, I'm sorry, last year it came out of, I don't know what budget.
So I believe it still was economic development, but the plan had been to switch it to the cultural. It wasn't?
No, it wasn't.
The plan had been to switch it to Cultural Development Fund because it is programming, and so it made sense to not have it come out of the general fund moving forward. The reason it wasn't part of the ACC's consideration and recommendation was that they thought it wasn't going to happen this summer. George and John said they were going to suspend it one more year and bring it back in 2022. But with the changing protocols and rules and a lot of interest in the community of bringing the art walk back, that's why they are now reconsidering it and are committed, if they can find support and some additional partners within the community, to plan this special one-day event in August. So that's why it's back before you for your consideration in this way. Moving forward, it would likely come back with the ACC recommendations each year for your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you both. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
This is why I'm allocating for a sergeant at arms to chase people down.
All right, so moving on to the debt service funds, the Douglas Street gap closures, that's something that the city's been paying for many years now. $545,000, that's for annual payment of principal and interest. And that comes from the traffic mitigation fees. That's the funding for that. And then the new fund, the pension obligation bonds, which I've already talked about. Enterprise fund, so water, total estimated revenues of about 35.7 million. Proposed operating budget of 27.8 and proposed capital of just under 3.5 million. Here's a snapshot of the rates that City Council approved in February. The first rate increase does not go through until January 1st of 2022 for the water rates. 3% per year every January thereafter until 2025. Wastewater, estimated revenues of 5.5 million, proposed operating budget of 5 million, proposed capital of 1.4 million. So we're still drawing down on the fund balance there, but in subsequent years we will not be. And that's due to the rate increase that, again, Council passed in February. Golf fund, so obviously the city municipal golf is not operating, it's under construction. Top Golf is anticipated to open up sometime in May or June of 2022. However, we did not really put anything in the budget for next year. So in 2022, 2023, looking at a full year of that operation, that's about 1.9 million plus per year that the city will receive from Top Golf operations. And we did, City Council did approve the Top Golf revenue allocation policy back in April that guides how to allocate those revenue sources. I won't go through that again, but it's up here for your leisure. Okay, internal service funds. So we have the equipment replacement fund. Again, we reduced the funding by 50% for 2022 to help balance the budget. And have a total proposed budget of about $5 million. Typically, we don't even get close to spending that whole amount, but council had asked in prior years, instead of coming to city council every time we purchase a vehicle or purchase whatever it is, just to have that allocated in the budget. So that's why we have the $5 million allocated there.
Joe, good question on that. As Topgolf begins repaying its debt to the equipment replacement fund, if it's close to the $5 million budgeted number and the repayments will take it north of that, will we look to reallocate? So if it starts to repay its debt to the equipment replacement fund, if equipment replacement fund is sitting at $4.8 million, and it's about to receive $500,000, do we reallocate the difference once it goes above $5 million?
So the equipment replacement fund should have about $12.5 million in it.
Okay, question answered.
Yeah. Okay. General liability, estimated revenues of about $3 million, proposed budget of just under $3.1 million. So we've bumped that up. Prior years, that was closer to $2 million, just because of all the activity that's going on in that fund right now. Workers' compensation, estimated revenue of 3.1 and proposed budget of about 3.5 million. And again, both of those funds have fund balance to draw down on. Total proposed CIP budget. So in your packet, something new this year, there's, and this is a great job that Elias and his team did of producing a 5-year CIP plan. So his predecessor produced a 3-year plan, and now we have a 5-year plan that's before you. And just taking the carryovers and new funding, CIP budget for next year is about $25.8 million. And the details are in that spreadsheet that's in your budget book. If you would like, I can go over them. But here's the new funding, and this is bare bones for next year, just the $225,500. So that's new funding from the general fund. Typically, we've been funding about $2 million per year. But again, to help balance the budget for next year, this is the maximum amount that we're able to contribute to new CIP funding from the general fund. Risk management program, I'm going to touch on this real quick. I did have a few slides on it last year, just showing how our costs have been going down as far as the renewal costs for many of our coverage for general liability, cyber, property damage, and so on. Workers' comp was going up a little bit last year. in totality, all the coverage that the city has through the ICRMA risk pool, our total amount that we pay for premiums is decreasing by 0.2%. That's outstanding, I think, especially in the current climate we're in, being a full-service city, and just the cyber issues that are going on in our world today. So this is a great achievement. So there are a total of 16 members in the risk pool. The average increase to each member was 37%, and again, we're decreasing by 0.2%. And this is just a quick snapshot of all the cities in the risk pool. Obviously, I labeled city A through O. I didn't want to put the name of the city. But if you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth column over to your right, the increase or decrease compared to the prior year premium. Again, we're on top there, the highlighted yellow, 0.2%, and all the other cities, you can see, are double digits, some as high as 73%. So I think this is outstanding how we've been handling our risk management program, particularly now that we have our risk manager on board for the last 2 months. And I'd like to take this opportunity real quick. Hank, I don't think City Council has met you yet, so come up real quick and introduce yourself.
Hello, Mayor, council members. How you doing? Hank Blue.
Welcome. Great work.
Thank you.
2 months, that's amazing. I don't know. I'm sure it started before he got here, but thank you. Anyway.
It's been accumulation of years of changing our program, but he'll add to that next year. We'll have even rates even lower. And a lot of these cities don't have full service police and fire either. So I think it's a testament to where we've been going. Last slide before I turn it back over to Mr. Mitnick. This is a 10-year snapshot. So I provided City Council a 5-year snapshot in prior budget meetings. This is a 10-year now. We do have our tool that we're utilizing, our long-term financial strategic tool. And you can see this looks much different than all my other financial plans I've shown to you before. This incorporates the POBs and Topgolf revenue from 2023 and out. And you can see we do have balanced budgets moving out. This does not include any new MOU agreements. So this is the status quo with the labor contracts. But I think this is great progress to where we were previously. So I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Mitnick.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to do some wrap-up comments. And before I do that, I'm sitting here watching and thinking, if you reflect back, I mean, here we are now, the first day when the economy is officially reopened. Think back where we were in March of 2020. Councilmember Giroux, I think you were new on the council that time. There was incredible uncertainty about what was going to happen to not just our economy and our way of life, but what was going to happen to this municipality. And we were hearing about horror stories with nearby cities laying people off, draconian cuts, takeaways, and that type of thing. And council, I want to say thank you for hanging in there and having confidence in us as your staff to get you through this without having to take some of the actions the other cities did. And then while Joe was speaking, I thought about your leadership and some of the direction you gave us and the key decisions that you made. So what you saw here in the presentation, the water and sewer rates, for example, that was really hard for the council. You did a rate study, you went through the ballot vote, and you stuck to your guns and you approved 5 years worth of adjustments to provide stability and security to the enterprise funds for the next half decade. You're not going to have to go through the headaches of that. You can rest assured, and our ratepayers have security and certainty about what's going to happen to their rates, and they're still very competitive. These are things I think you forget about. You deal with them at the time, you move on, but here we are working on the budget. So you took some bold steps. We dealt with that. We dealt with pensions in an exemplary way, and you provided security for us and a benefit to the taxpayers on that. We've talked about that at length over the last few months, but you did that. It was your direction, and you pushed us hard to do that, and that was reflected in your strategic plan. Also, the Topgolf revenue allocation policies that the finance director quickly hit on, that was huge. Reflected some tough negotiations with Topgolf to get the incredible contract we have. I can't tell you how many city managers call me and their consultants call, how can we get a Topgolf and how can we get a deal the way you got? And so it's upwards of $2 million a year that will come in and help our general fund. That wouldn't be there otherwise. The number of the financial policies in place, Joe talked about, yes, we had to take some tough actions, but come next year, we're going to put that money back. So Councilmember Nickel, you talked about making sure we're adhering to our obligations and our commitments. There's like a lockbox on restoring these revenues and sources first before we start spending that money on other things. And you have clear financial policies that do that. These are just some examples, and it was tough getting through this budget. We have a glimmer of hope that we're going to be okay maybe a year or so down the road. And I'm proud that we didn't do layoffs, we didn't do takeaways. And the employees really helped, and they stepped up, and these department heads who are here worked really hard. And we're giving you a very professional presentation, almost looks effortless and easy. Let me tell you, there were a lot of hard discussions among this group here, and very, very tough discussions. So the process worked. Okay, let's talk a little bit about staffing. So Joe, do we have, the staffing levels I was in. No new net positions. We saw the frozen positions, and we will deal with our staffing issues as we go forward. On the labor contracts, the budget does reflect the multi-year deals that are in place now. The police and fire union contracts, they do expire into September. We're going to start negotiations. There's no money in here for any adjustments for these groups or others that will expire. So we'll go through negotiations, and if there's to be anything, then we'll have to come in front of council and figure out how to pay for it. So just to be clear on that. Performance measures, we are continuing to work on this. We have some measures in the strategic plan. Council, you have said over and over in public and to me privately, you want metrics and all of that. You want transactional survey data. We are going to provide that to you. We have some of that. We have a ways to go. After we get through this budget, I'm going to work with this team here. We will deliver these to you over the next year. You have my word. And when we go into the next budget cycle, we're going to have those in place. We already talked about pensions. On the OPEB, just to acknowledge, I forgot to make a comment on that. We're pretty much self-funded now, and we don't have to put new money in. Their earnings are going to take care of that. Okay, future challenges. We have a number of those delineated in the budget message. Sorry. We have a number of challenges. There's still some uncertainty out there with our economy. We'll see where we go. There's the fear that we might end up in a double dip recession. Hopefully it does not happen, but we're very concerned about that. We're still concerned about COVID-19. We're not totally out of the woods. Workers' comp and general liability challenges. We have to work our way through those. It's going to be a challenging year as we get through. That'll be all I'll say on the challenges. And then potential budget balancing options. If the next fiscal year is a challenge, we'll have to take a look at our labor contracts. We have a list of things delineated in the budget message, so I don't want to be alarmist, but we put that in there, Council, so you know that we're thinking about the steps we would have to take if the revenues don't improve. And the long-term financial strategic plan, this is a 10-year plus document. Joe is working with the firm. We will be in front of you through next year's budget process, and you'll see some more clarity and data. What's nice about doing long-term financial strategic planning, it's a tool I've been using throughout my career. Developed a lot of experience with it. It forces us to think past just the budget in front of us. We look at trends over the next 5 to 10 years. And those trends have helped us and guided us and encouraged us to do things like the pension reform. The biennial budget format, we are moving forward on that. Okay, so the recommendations, to sum up, and then we'll turn it over for comments and questions and all that. When you become comfortable tonight, we're asking that you do 4 things. First, to adopt a resolution approving this budget, the operating budget, and the CIP, as well as the state-required GAN appropriations limit. We are adhering to that. We have the document in there that shows that we're staying within our spending limit as dictated by the state of California. The second item that we're asking your approval of involves a resolution to officially approve the new fiscal year. That will go from July 1 to June 30th. The third item is 4 financial policies that the finance director talked about, the general fund and reserve policy, the economic uncertainty reserve policy, our unfunded actuarial liability, UAL policy, and the Topgolf revenue allocation policy items. And then finally, we're seeking your approval for the proposed revisions to year 3 of the 3-year strategic plan. So thank you for your indulgence here. We've walked through the budget. Now we will be quiet and we'll answer your questions and look forward to your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open for input. And Madam Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak or in chamber?
No one on Zoom.
Have you received any written communication?
We have not.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Nichols, so moved.
Giroux, second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please take a voice vote?
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
All right, you're closed.
Thank you. All right, council discussion. Before we get on to the resolutions, I'm going to open up the floor.
Can we dispense with some of the resolutions? I mean, I think like the policy one. Can we
Of course,
just get
we
that off the
could do the
table?
one for the calendar for sure. Could you pull up
Yeah.
that slide again? Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's, do we have, would someone like to, let's see, we could do item 2. Thank you. Item 2, resolution to approve change in fiscal year to July 1 to June 30th. And let's start with that one. If you would read the resolution, and then we can see if we've got consensus.
Yes, Mayor and Council, a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Segundo authorizing change to the City of El Segundo's fiscal year measurement period is ready for adoption.
Someone like to make a motion to approve?
Giroux, so moved.
Pimentel, second. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you could do a voice vote, please.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyle.
Yes. All right, how about the one related to the year 3 of the strategic plan? That requires just a vote, is that right?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, we need a motion to approve.
Persick, so moved.
Nichols, second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, voice vote, please.
The 3-year.
Yep, this
Three-year.
is the strategic plan.
All right, Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
5-0.
All right. Okay, and then do we have a motion to approve the general fund reserve policy, economic uncertainty reserve policy, unfunded actuarial liability policy, and Topgolf revenue allocation policy for fiscal year 2021-2022?
I think the only thing that stands out there is, do we have consensus on a 20% reserve, which in previous years has been a sticking point for us, just in terms of how much money we have discretionary to play with, just because as a smaller city, $800,000, the difference between a 16 or an 18% reserve policy has been something that we have torn our hair out over in the past.
Yeah. Do we have, someone like to make a motion on all those items, or do you want to pull that one out separately? Mayor Pro Tem, what are you suggesting?
I mean, I've spent a year swimming in the virtue of the 20% policy, just because that is a something that appears to be, or 25% reserve is something that in the bond market is of some appeal. It's a bit of a gold standard piece. I don't know, though, that by virtue of the fact that we have an economic uncertainty fund as well, we have two things that are serving the same end. So our reserve, we don't count the economic uncertainty fund as part of it, even though that's $2 million of additive to it, and we treat it like a piece of the reserve because we guard it very closely. So between the two of those, in times of travail, it can feel a bit that we're overfunded, I mean, that's not quite, I mean, it's not necessarily feeling overfunded, but we have more than we think we do. And I know that we had a previous council member up here that would bang the table repeatedly that we're hoarding taxpayers' money when we don't need to. I think there's probably a happy medium in there. Would I like to have 25%? I'd like to have 25% or 20 because I've seen the virtue of it. But by the same token, I know how dear that money is when we look at a capital improvement plan and we see things that we are neglecting that, you know, we know how far $800,000 can get us because we had a meeting on the plunge 2 weeks ago where we tore our hair out over some of those differences. So to that end, I'll be long-winded on it. I suspect we have broad agreement on 3 of the 4 items up there. The general fund reserve policy of funding to 20% is laudable. I just don't know if we want to tie up that money in addition to the $2 million in the economic uncertainty fund.
Maybe we ask Mr. Mitnick to weigh in real quick. Not Mr. Mitnick, Mr. Lilio. Sorry. Joe, can you discuss that item and talk specifically about the bond that was just issued and the bearing on that on a go-forward basis?
Sure, absolutely. So the $2 million in the Economic Uncertainty Fund for the POBs, we did combine that with the general fund. Even with that said, the bond market and our bankers, our underwriters said that, you know, they're really, the marketplace is really looking for a 30% reserve or more from municipalities. And that was one of the, in fact, that was the main recommendation by Standard & Poor's, who rated us. To get to the AAA rating, we would have to increase, you know, incrementally over the next several years. They said they would come back and reevaluate us in 2 years. If, you know, that's a policy discussion, though. Does council want to obtain this AAA rating, or, you know, do we want to stay at the AA+?
Is that 30% of general fund or 30% of total budget? Are we talking about $40 million of?
30% of general fund appropriations. That's not what we have before you tonight.
Yep.
That's, I think even if we get incrementally up, or even if we have a policy that says we're getting incrementally up 25%, that may be the tipping point that when S&P does come back and re-rate us in 2 years, that could be the mechanism that gets us to that AAA rating. And again, it's a policy discussion. Does council want to get there? And it's only if we're going to be issuing future debt where that would really benefit us. That said, you know, 20% reserve, I think, is critical, particularly if we ever come through another recession, if there's some great natural disaster, another pandemic. If we didn't have the 20% reserves, we probably wouldn't have been able to weather through some of our challenges. And when we say 20% reserve, that's, you know, we're looking at a year. But when we look at the time of June through November, our expenditures, our money going out the door far exceeds the money coming in. Those are dry months for revenues. And, you know, we don't want to get into a situation where we don't have anything left in the general fund during that time period. So that 20% reserve, in my opinion, is minimum amount that we should have. GFOA, their standard recommendation is anything less than 16 2/3% is really, there's issues that they have with cities that have something less than that. So that's an industry standard, nothing less than 16 2/3%. And again, recommending, you know, the marketplace and cities that are AAA rated do have 25-30% fund balances on their general fund. So it's really a policy discussion. Where does council want to, you know, go with that? And just because we have that policy recommendation tonight before you, going to 25% doesn't mean we have to get there right away. That's just, you know, since I've been here, we had a policy of 20%, but many years we were at 16 or 17, and then we finally got up to 20%. So my recommendation is really to maintain the 20% for next year. We don't know what's going to happen with the economy. I'm hoping, you know, that things are looking rosier and they start improving, but just like the pandemic, no one could have predicted that. We cannot predict what's going to happen. You know, coming down the road, is inflation going to really take off, and is that going to, you know, put a wrinkle in the economic recovery? There's a lot of variables out there. And having that strong fund balance, that reserve, really will help the city weather through some of these things. And we did tap into the economic uncertainty for 2021. We used over 900,000 for one-time CIP. You know, we're recommending to replenish most of that back into that economic uncertainty fund for next year. But that would be my recommendation. I don't know if I addressed your question or not.
You did. I think Councilmember Drew has a question.
Yeah, Joe, so, I mean, we spent part of this night talking about, obviously, the obligation bonds and the great rating we had and the great interest rate we have. So based on that and oversubscribing of the bonds as well, so we're in a pretty good situation from that perspective right now. The bigger issue, and we talked about it 2 weeks ago, is that, our mouths are writing checks that we're not able to cash right now with these capital improvement projects that are not able to get done. So I would rather have a little bit more latitude to be able to address these things in the near term, because we've all seen what construction costs are right now. I think when we talked about the plunge last week, when we talked about it earlier, it was like $3 million and boom, $8.5 million, like 2 years later. That's not gonna get any better, that's gonna get worse. So I understand the need and the desire for that, but I also have to consider where we are right now as a city and what our needs are. And I believe we need some more latitude in there to get things done in the near term that we've been pushing off for a long time. So I have no issue dipping below the 20% in the near term to get things done that we need to get done.
Thank you, Councilmember Giroux. Anyone else like to weigh in on this topic?
I'm going to concur with Councilmember Giroux, because I know that we're also doing the assessment of our parks, our rec park, and I know that, just even creating another pickleball court is going to cost money, which a lot of people are interested in. And so I would like to make sure that we have some money available to at least tackle some of those the items that come out of that assessment, because I believe that's going to be done in November. Am I right? Around November? So I just want to make sure that we know that there's going to be improvements. We just now need to make sure that the funding's ready so that as soon as that assessment's complete, we can move forward. Because I would hate to all of a sudden, wake up and say, okay, the assessment's done and now we need this money. We haven't done our due diligence to put it in the buckets. Because I was looking here at the Parks and Recs projects to be determined. There's no money in the 21-22 category at all, like zero. So we know that we're going to need to spend some money on our Parks and Recs, and I would like to see some money go into that bucket.
Thank you. Councilman Nichol, would you like to weigh in?
I think it's a statement, but it'll be prefaced by a question. We lower the reserve, hypothetically, to 18%. Where does that money go initially?
So it will stay in reserves until it's appropriated. So it'll stay like in a bucket, so
and it can be used for anything.
Whatever city council approves it's used for. If I can make a recommendation,
but with the budget we have before us, right? Because that money is not spoken for in this budget. So if we lower that reserve and we do not change anything in the budget, essentially there's, say, $2 million extra dollars, or I don't know, what is that 2% worth?
Each 1% is rounding it approximately $775,000.
Okay, so 1.5. So that $1.5 million would just be surplus.
So it would still be sitting in reserves until city council allocates it out. So in theory, you could say we're leaving it in reserves until there's a project that council wants to appropriate those dollars towards.
Okay, because the reason I asked the question is I've been up here long enough to know that either you or Mr. Mitnick or someone else from staff will stand at that podium and say, we need a little bit extra money to get this done, right? And it's like, this is what was budgeted, but this is what we need. And so my fear in lowering that reserve today is that it looks like we are scraping by to balance the budget as it is. And as soon as we lower that reserve policy, then I don't want to say that money's up for grabs, but Scott trying to run the city, they may come to us and say, hey, so, you lowered the reserve, so that money is there to spend if we need it, and we need it to do X. And I just worry that it will just slowly get peeled off, and then we won't have that 1.5 there to go towards the plunge.
Was the reserve fully funded right now at 20%?
It is. So it's anticipated to be fully funded. Plus, there's enough funding available to move over about 70,000 back to the economic uncertainty reserve. But what council can do is, if there's a project in the future, so we have that 20% policy, it doesn't mean you can't go under it. And then just the actual funding would just go back up, hopefully in future years, to that 20%. But you can just allocate from fund balance for a project that comes before you or something that you want to.
I think we've done a lot of work to make sure that our policies our deeds match our words. So I don't really want to be like, well, it's a policy, but we're going to undershoot it, because that gets pretty toxic as you go farther down the list of policies there. So I would not be in favor of having a policy that we're not going to stick to. If we're I will use my own Yogi Bear as if I'm at the fork of the road and want to take it. Mr. Mayor, I'm loath to do two things. Like I almost feel we're at the end of it. Sometimes we get to the end of the year and we have extra money and it falls out of the budget, and then we find uses for it. So I suspect that has served us well to this point. You know, I will go, after opening this can of worms, I think I'm settling back toward the 20% and then finding the money at the end of the year rather than looking forward at the beginning, even though that's completely counterintuitive to get anything done. It sort of protects us from ourselves and our animal spirits. So I think I'm back to that.
I mean, you recall our first year on council. We didn't set any of the policies. We weren't part of the budget the year prior. And when it came to year end, there was a surplus and there was all this one-time money spent. What are we going to spend it on? Remember, it was like $7 million or $8 million. And every department came and asked, hey, we need this document, you know, we want to transfer this to Laserfish, we want to transfer this to Laserfish. It was all these asks from all the departments how we were going to spread out that money at the end of that year. And so I would rather, going into this uncertain recovery year, I'd rather keep it at 20, keep that money there almost locked in the vault, essentially, see how this year starts to recover, because, I mean, the numbers on the TOT are very conservative on what they're going to do. And if they do anything better than that, I'm hoping that we get to come back here this time next year, since we're going to be here this time next year, and talk about, you know, how the revenues outperformed our estimates. So that's what I would like to do. But I'm glad you brought it up. And at that time, at this stage next year, if those revenues have outperformed and there is some one-time money, I am game to drop that down to 18%, take that other 1.5, add it to that the overperformance, and put that into these CIP projects that we have continued to defer.
All right, thank you. And just because I haven't had an opportunity to speak, this has been good dialogue. I absolutely support the 20% on a go-forward basis. You said it yourself, the uncertainty is there. I'm not quite as bullish as everyone else on what's ahead of us, and I'm hearing from too many entrepreneurs in California about everything they're doing to leave this state. And I'm also hearing from many people. I was on a call yesterday with one of the top VCs in Silicon Valley talking about his entire portfolio of 150 companies, how no one's going back to work. So there are mixed messages out there. Jones Lang LaSalle is saying their reports say 85% of people going back to work before the year end. I don't buy that either. And there's just way too much uncertainty. And if you look at our BLT component of the revenue stream, it is significant. And we do not, that is driven by two factors, head count and square footage. And we do not know what that's going to look like in the future of El Segundo. We can think for the best and wish for the best, but we do not know. And we also have a ton of CIP programs ahead of us, 40 million at last count, which is probably 60 million now with inflation. So we have much more in terms of difficult decisions to make. On the item of reserves, I absolutely support sticking with the 20%. Hopefully we never have to use it. I'm not so sure. So we have consensus though, I believe, right? I think I heard at least three people supporting it. Okay, so do we have a motion approving the general fund reserve policy, economic uncertainty reserve policy, the unfunded actuarial liability?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I guess one more thing on this is that through a pandemic and everything we just went through the past year, we still have 20% in this fund, am I correct? How'd that happen? Worst economic collapse in history, but we have it. So you see what I'm getting at? I completely understand what the mayor is saying, and I get it from a business perspective, but what just dawned on me is that we've been struggling to get to 20%, and we got it in the worst economic time in our history. We're still at 20%.
Yeah. That's because you have a great executive team.
Yeah, I like that answer. Now give me the other one.
Joe, before, a year ago, we had all this uncertainty about the revenues dropping, and was there going to be federal and/or state backfilling or assistance? And we were lucky, and we did get some. But because we have a small residential population and a very large daytime population, we did not get the funding that cities, say like Torrance or others got, because they have more residents, even though we have a robust, large general fund budget. The value on the reserves is not just a national pandemic, but it's also if you have a localized incident, like Santa Rosa, when they had the huge fire that came in and wiped out hundreds, thousands of homes. You don't necessarily get federal or state backfill money. So you're preparing for that type of disaster as well. So this is about risk avoidance. And Council, you're absolutely right. Whatever your reserves are, whether they're 5%, 15, 25, 30, or 40, if you have a need, you can go in there and get it. So I would argue, have that money there for you. You have some big capital projects coming down the road. Rec Park, there's $7 million worth of projects. I had an email earlier today from a resident asking about the Jocelyn Center. You're gonna need to deal with that. There's been a lot of talk about the Teen Center Skate Park. You're gonna need to deal with that. The plunge, if you make a decision to go forward with that, you're gonna have to fund it. So it's good to have those reserves sitting there, and if you need to go in there and get some more. So as your CFO over here and your city manager, I'm gonna tell you, put as much in the reserves as you can. But I wanna make it clear to our employees or others that are watching, when we're talking about these reserves, it's for one-time money. We do not use reserves for recurring purposes. We bend it a little bit to get through this year, but we had a plan for that, and we're restoring that money. So you have the one-time money, that's what reserves are for. They're not there for salary adjustments, they're not there for recurring costs. One-time money. Now, if in fact the TOT comes back, and it may, the mayor made a good point about the business license tax, we may see that drop. If there's recurring money that grows, then we can talk about using that for recurring expenses. But I also, for our employees and for everybody watching, we have obligations that we have to backfill next year. So if we get new revenues, Joe and I are gonna be in front of you and say, before you think about doing new stuff, we gotta make up the equipment replacement fund and other things like that. So we have to hold our breath and get through next year. You know, we're cautiously optimistic. I'm sorry, Joe, do you want to add anything about it to clarify the reserves?
I mean, for me, I'll support the 20%. I just want to make sure that in November, when we are presented with the assessment of a rec park, we look at that and say, we want to allocate some of that money to some of the high-ticket items on that assessment.
Or, Carol, we say, now that we got the 20%, we go back out to the bond market, establishing that we're creditworthy, and we go borrow, because we're talking about $40 to $60 million. We will never get there. I hate to say the word never. It's gonna be a long time before we get there funding it out of our general fund. We're gonna have to borrow or do something else creative, because we're not gonna get there from our recurring revenues.
Yeah, that's right.
Your question wasn't
He
answered.
answered it. It's a great executive team.
But
No, I understand what they're getting at.
Okay.
And to the mayor's point, you're right. I mean, $1.5 million isn't going to solve a $60 million problem. So it's a bigger conversation that we're eventually going to have. So I'm good with this.
Okay, I'm not gonna read the whole thing again.
So I'll make a motion to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Giroux, second.
Okay, great. Carol on the first, Drew on the, okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, voice vote, please.
Councilmember Drew.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstech.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, the only item left is the big one. Item 1. We're just getting started. All right, so I'll just open it up to my colleagues.
So I did want to talk about the arts and culture money. You know, I really like a lot of the items that were pushed forward. My only question and to the council is, you know, we talk about if we're spending all the money as it comes in, and we anticipate, you said you're anticipating about another $600,000 next year. We've already, you know, the $100,000 for the employee, that's an ongoing commitment because we've hired that employee. So I would like, before we spend all the money, that we create a reserve to pay for that person at least for 3 years. So we have like locked in, so we don't spend $100,000, so that we keep for $300,000, so we have a 3-year reserve to fund that, because we don't know if we get $600,000 next year, we may not get that $600,000 the following year. So we need to really start building a reserve. And additionally, so basically, you have the employee, the holiday festival, and then the arts walk. That's $180,000 basically that you're going to annualize. So we need to make sure that we are building a reserve for that, because once you start something, it's really hard to not fund it. And when we talk about the art walk, I know we had a lot of conversation about that. It is drive revenue, but we did want long-term for an organization to pick it up and to get sponsorships, so that we weren't we were doing the seed money, but our thought process initially was that we were going to seed it, but then we were hoping someone would pick it up and then go after sponsorships. And I think the same should be for the holiday festival of holidays. So that would be my issue, is that, and the other my other challenge is, we talked about the Gateway project. We have many gateways into our town, and I really feel we had talked about fixing all of them and creating something for all of those gateways, and we need to start building reserve to pay for that, because it's going to be very expensive. Then the other thing was the plunge. When we talked about the plunge, we talked about the art in the front and the Art Deco feel of it. We said hopefully we could use some of the arts and culture money to do the art and the mosaic on the plunge. So we need to start building that reserve to pay for that. So my challenge is, I really don't think we should be paying all the money for those up front, just as because it's there. Like, don't just spend it because it's there, but like plan it out for the future. That's my comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstuck. Anyone like to opine on Carol's thoughts?
I would take it one slight, some of that is very far-sighted, and I hadn't considered it. I do think with the art walk piece, given that it brings 6,000 non-El Segundo residents here each time, I think there's a real gain to that, to the city. Would it be nice if a private entity was doing it? Yes, but I think there's a real gain to the city in terms of the energy that it brings. So I would not be averse to us, instead of having a $20,000 one-time budget item in this for it, budgeting for all 3 events that we see per year, because by the time we come around for next year's budget, Art Walk 1 would have occurred, right? June of 2022, we would see Art Walk 1. So perhaps the budget item, and maybe it's not $20,000 per, maybe it's $15,000 per, but I'd rather us account for that in this, because it is a significant driver of economic activity for the summer months of the city. So for that, I would say throw $30,000 in this at $15,000 a pop. And then when we come around next year, Mr. Nickel can put it on in next year when we sit here. And it would be $45,000 for the following year.
I did talk to one of the organizers of the event, because they called and said, hey, is it too late? And I said, well, kind of, but no. I mean, the agenda's gone out, but there could be conversation. And when the $20,000 number was presented, I recalled what you've recalled, which wasn't it $16,000 per event for 3 events? And he said it was. So there was a couple adjustments, which I think we should discuss here. I don't have the information in front of me, but they would like to move it from a Thursday to a Saturday for this one-day event for August, so that the event could be longer. And it's actually, they're going to push their marketing primarily to El Segundo residents. Yes, there will be outside people that come in, friends of artists, things like that. Social media is what it is. But it is going to be driven more towards El Segundo residents, and they're going to focus a lot of their efforts on more outdoor venues. Because trying to keep in mind that, yes, everything's open and everyone can go inside again, they're really trying to avoid photos in the news of 150 people packed into Alex Abad's office, right? Like that is not what they're looking for the event. That's why the additional cost is what it is, just because they'll have to hire more staff, they'll have to rent more, whatever the structures, things like that. I with you, I like the idea of adding additional funds here to cover that first one of next year, but I would also, I guess, say that I don't know if we should step on the toes of the Arts and Culture Committee. I think if we fund this one and then they come back to us and say, this money, it's there, it's in our account, we would like to get ahead of this game and have you approve, Art Walk 1, and we'll get Art Walk 2 and 3 in the main budget conversation. Simply because if, we want to empower the ACC, and so if we want to empower them, I'd rather not make that choice for them. I'd rather have the Art Walk coordinators have to pitch the ACC and sing for their supper in regards to, this is what we're going to do, this is why we're going to do it, and this is how we are justifying the X amount of dollars towards the event. But for this year, I think that we should strike while the iron is hot. I mean, there's a lot of excitement out there today. Today was June 15th. I mean, this day will go down in history. Someone's going to name it something, and there'll be a proclamation in 100 years here at the City Council dais for the day that, we reopened. But I'm good with the 20,000. I think we added on here. There's money in that art account, in the art fund, cultural development fund. So I think we do it, and we never look back.
Do you want to say something, Lance? Councilmember?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I think, Carol, to your point on budgeting or putting a reserve in, my concern there is that in the end, this whole conversation about this 1% has been what can we show the people that are putting into the fund what they're getting for it. And my concern is that if we go too far into reserves and budgeting, that we're not showing the maximum potential of what the program is. And I think something like the Art Walk is probably exactly what we would want to point out to be, hey, this is what you're paying into this for. So I completely understand what you're saying. I get it from that perspective. My just concern is if we want to encourage this to keep happening, I think we have to show what we're doing with it, and I think this is part of that.
Yeah, I have no issue with the artwork. I think I'm just questioning more the TED Talk and really looking at, we've hired this person and the $100,000, and I'm assuming the anticipation is $100,000 annually is going to pay for this person because we don't want it to come from the general fund. So I just want to make sure that that is on the radar and that we're not just spending, and because we can't anticipate that we're always going to get flush with cash in this account. And when you pick up like the Festival of the Holidays and the Art Walk, then it means you annualize those, and you got to plan for those annualizations. And I just want to make sure that there's money in the kitty to annualize these, because I don't want ever to go back, all of a sudden now we have to hit the general fund.
Joe, is there a best practice for staff attached to a enterprise fund like this or a special fund?
So this is a little unique in its nature, because you do want to show, the businesses are putting into it what they're getting out of it. But maybe what we can do, I can work with Melissa and the ACC to maybe develop a 2 or 3 year outlook plan, kind of what we do with CIP. And then we can also, program what those potential revenues would be coming in there. We know that from, permits that are being pulled and planning, building safety. So that might be one way of looking at it. We can develop maybe a 2 or 3 year plan for this fund.
I think my concern was generally around having salary associated with it. Having a head count is something that I think that we didn't necessarily see that allocation as an eventuality when we plan this. And so I think Councilmember Pierstick has a great point that we want to make sure that if that position is going to always be there to administer this, then we need to account for it. But do we? Is it if the fund runs dry, is that person just paid out of the general fund like any other employee?
That would be a policy decision. So right now it's 75% allocated to the 1% for arts fee and 25% general fund for that position. And the goal is to have that allocation remain that way unless there's some policy decision that would need to change. But
Joe, could we get Mrs. McCullum, would you speak to what the specific outcomes would be from this position? When you talk about what's the benefit to the people that are paying into the fund, what would this person affect?
Sure, and I do just want to point out that that position was 100% paid for prior. It's a converted librarian position, so there's actually a savings by doing 75% from the Cultural Development Fund. And then I also, before I hopefully answer your question more fully, want to mention that for year one, the fund did receive $529,000 of donations into the Cultural Development Fund. Part of that was a very large, $40 million project. But for the last 9 months, there was $91,000 that was paid into the fund. There's also several that are in development for on-site art. So that is, another few $100,000 of value, which is great. So, and then as you know, there's $1 billion worth of development planned for El Segundo, not all that qualifies for paying into the Cultural Development Fund. But that fund is going to replenish itself, over time. But all your points are well taken. In terms of the value of the new Cultural Arts Coordinator, we have, he joined the team about 3 weeks ago now. His name is Sam Lee. He's decades of experience. And not only would he be in charge of implementing all of the cultural development programs that you see here, if they're approved, he also will be in charge of working with the developers on their own on-site art. So he's going to be the person that is the facilitator between the developers. It's a very important position, developers and city staff. There is an approval process throughout, of their plan, and then helping to execute that, and then working with planning and building safety to track cost, et cetera, throughout. So huge kind of benefit to community through the programs and the city's public art, as well as the developers' art. Does that help?
It certainly helps me.
Okay.
Anyone else have questions for Melissa while she's up? Oh, thank you for clarifying. Chris?
No, I would just, I would take away from this that is perhaps a homework assignment to the Arts and Culture Committee is Gateway 2 and Art Walk 2022 are probably two things that they might want to get on their calendar to start developing.
Sure, absolutely. And Vice Chair Natalie Strong is on Zoom if there's any questions directly for the committee. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, related to this slide in particular, Carol, since you brought it up, do you want to, we've established the role of the coordinator and where those funds are coming from, festival holidays, outdoor dining, and TEDx, post-laureate. Is there anything, do we have consensus on approving this based on what we've heard with your caveat, Mayor Pro Tem, about acknowledging the Gateway 2 program and 2022 Art Walk?
And how much was the Art Walk? Was it 30,000?
The only thing that I want to bring up is that when we talked about the plunge, we had not, and we talked about the art mosaic in front of the plunge, we never communicated that to the Arts and Culture committee. So they don't know that that's the expectation here. So, and I'm not sure how much that's going to cost, if it's a couple $100,000, but we have not communicated that to the Arts and Culture. So I'm recommending that we don't approve the TEDx, just anticipation of, or, I mean, I don't know, maybe, I want to make sure that we have not, like I said, we haven't communicated to that, and that's our expectation. So I just want to.
I think Mr. Mitnick has a point.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think you can do both. I think you leave the TEDx item in, and we hear there's interest in when the plunge moves forward, because you're waiting for the design work to come back. We can incorporate that in. We can pass this along to the Arts Committee. There's an interest to do that, or the Arts Commission, that there's an interest to do this. So we can do both.
Councilman Perstuck, you okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, and we'll memorialize that. We'll have our follow-up from today.
All right, we've got consensus on this. Great. Okay, what else, council members, did you want to discuss in the budget?
I'll start the bidding.
Okay.
I noticed the Smoky Hollow in lieu parking has a no budget for 21-22, unless I read incorrectly. Do we have a separate plan for funding that? It's obviously underfunded. It's current. I think its last performance in 18-19 was only $17,000 or $34,000 or something very small. Do we have a plan for the Smoky Hollow striping that is outside of the in lieu parking fund?
So we have some funding in Liu parking program. That was the program that was set by the city council, that if a development takes place in the Smoky Hollow and they cannot provide the parking spaces that they need, they would contribute so much per. So we have some money in there that would allow us to do this pilot project that we talk about. By the way, all the pylons are gone. The El Segundo
Yeah, no,
has
this is
been.
the one-way street part, not the
Yeah,
pilot.
that's
piece.
right.
This is the one-way, the not a pilot, this is, this part isn't the pilot, the one-way streets are the plan.
Right. But we decided to bring to the city council another pilot project, number 2, and pick only 2 streets to make them one-way to start with before we implement the bigger one. So we're coming back to city council the fall of this year with that pilot project, which we have funding for. And then after that is successful, then we can do the bigger one, if that makes sense.
It does, that explains the where that line item fell out of the budget.
Yes, sir.
Now I understand, got it.
Yes, sir.
If I might just briefly, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if we're gonna talk about this particular, if the council's gonna talk about this particular item, then the mayor should recuse himself.
Yeah, I was gonna wait to see what Scott was doing.
Right.
Are you gonna weigh in on that, or are we moving on from that? The Smoky Hollow?
If we're talking about the entire breadth of Smoky Hollow, do we have to recuse ourselves if we're in Smoky Hollow at all? I mean, it runs the entire width of the quadrant.
Not necessarily, no. It depends on where the location of the project is in relationship to what your financial.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking on
So
specifics
at
there.
this point, if that's the end of that discussion, we can move on. I apologize
Cal-
for the
It's
interruption.
okay, Councilman Nickel.
Can I bring it up just so you have to leave, or? Okay, maybe I don't want you here for this next part. So Elias, before you go away, I just want to clarify something. Joe, and this may fall on your desk too. Part of your slides, you were talking about, there was like $295,000 in CIP items, something along those lines. But before you go, I see on here, on one of these many spreadsheets, there's special revenue funds to fund Civic Center maintenance, PD women's locker room, ADA ramp improvement, fire station 1 and 2 carpet, and there's money.
He has that.
Yeah, 907, okay. What special funds are those? It says grants.
Development, impact fees.
And do those development impact fees have to be spent on this type of work?
It has to be spent on capital projects.
Okay, because, correct me if I'm wrong, I was on this council when we remodeled Fire Station 1, wasn't I? Pretty positive. Because I recall approving it, but I see on there that, you know, we're already replacing carpet in a fire station that was remodeled 4 years ago? Does anyone recall when it was remodeled?
I do.
And I guess, you know, we sat up here and argued about $130,000 about crossing guards, but we're gonna spend $85,000 on carpet. Now, I saw the pictures in here, and the carpet doesn't look good, but has it been steam cleaned? Is there any kind of maintenance program for this? Like, what are we doing? I mean, one of the pictures looks like someone spilled their coffee on the floor and just never cleaned it up. I'm sorry, I mean, this is a public document, right? This went out, the public can see this, and that's a lot of money for carpet. When I used the restroom at Brett Field a couple weeks ago, and what is growing inside that urinal is something that the high school biology class should be working on. I mean, a lot of what I'm seeing in this budget has to do with like our facilities that our employees spend their time at, you know, besides the senior housing. And so I'm trying to understand what our rationale is and who's driving this train.
Yes, sir. The carpets, I did visit with the personnel of fire department myself. The carpet gets shampooed and cleaned, but due to the fact that almost on daily basis, the firemen come in and they work outside, particularly with respect to COVID. It's really a safety measure, as well as the fact that the carpets are tearing and wearing, and it's not that they are not being cleaned, that they are being cleaned, they are being shampooed on regular basis, but it's still the tear and wear is so much because of the traffic is so heavy that it required us, and I personally went there and I took those photos. I've been there and I've talked to the personnel.
Yep.
I believe we have a battalion chief here. He could probably weigh in on that.
But, I mean, you say that, but then you go into the teen center and there's no ceiling panels. Like, I'm just miss, Councilmember
I mean, you could
Nichols
break your ankle on the basketball court there.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't understand.
Well, you're right. The teen center, a few months ago, we noticed that there were some tiles in the ceiling.
Not some, I mean, it's been like that for years.
But they've been fixed. I don't know if you've been there recently, but we restored all the ceiling tiles.
I mean, and it has used furniture in it. It had the furniture in there is, they pick them up off for donated furniture.
Right.
To Mr. Scott, Councilman Nichols' point, I just feel that we just replaced it 4 years ago. Maybe we put the wrong stuff in. Maybe we shouldn't put carpet in there at all. Maybe it should just be laminate flooring. But I really also believe, like I said, when I looked at here and there was zero money for our parks and recs, and I see, $250,000 for locker room and $85,000 for carpets, it kind of floors me.
Mr. Mayor, can I interject? Mr. Mayor, members of council. Again, these are special development fees that are dedicated for certain uses, but we are working on what becomes challenging, because we could do this with all these line items and say, why not more over there, and we use this, the CIP committee. But we are working on the rec park assessment, and we're going to come back with a game plan to chip away at all of these. And we're already spending money now on restroom improvements and other projects out at rec park.
I understand, but I know we're doing the assessment, but just the physical maintenance of our parks and recs is at a disarray.
That's true.
I mean, we had a walkway light, fall down in light winds during a baseball game at Brett Field. I saw it happen. It was right after a trash can fire, 30 minutes prior, which was not our fault, but it was a trash can fire. And I don't see the replacement of that trash can on here at all. But, so we have a cone and a, sandwich board over, the open electrical box on the ground for this walking light pole. And nowhere on here is like those types of repairs.
We inspected all those lighting poles immediately after that failure that you're talking about, and I was there, and all the rest of them happened to be in fairly decent shape. And the reason this one went down is because the drainage was such that the water would be collected and rusted the pole, but the rest of them are in pretty good shape. I personally work every weekend at the rec park, and I walk around, and I met with the superintendent, and I don't know if you noticed, we've been making changes as we go along. The restroom of the checkout building is under design right now. It's going to be totally redone. So we are not ignoring that. We are waiting for this assessment study to be done, and I can rest assure you that we'll come back and we'll make all the improvements that are necessary.
But the problem is that we haven't put any money in the kitty.
Yeah.
There's no money in Parks and Recs.
We've been hearing, it's not your fault, Elias, you haven't been here as long as we have, because we've been hearing the same song.
As part of the budget, we do have some money for the maintenance, and I'm using some of that maintenance. You may not see it here, but we have some maintenance funds that we utilize to maintain those facilities to the best of our ability, and waiting for this assessment, so that way we know how much we need in what, and we need to prioritize that.
And then we're going to come back with the appropriation request to do the project.
I understand that. I get it. I get we're doing the assessment.
Yes,
I get it. But we know for a fact that we're going to need money.
Yes.
For a fact. And we have zero money.
No, you have $800,000 there for that, and then whatever the.
No, not on this, it says zero.
No, but that's new money, and then we have the carryover, because we did appropriate money last year. We carried it over, we're gonna have the rec assessment study.
But we know it's gonna be more than $800,000.
Correct.
We know that. I mean, it's, we know it's.
Can I make a suggestion
Yeah.
that because we have a lot to discuss when it comes to capital improvement projects, because there's a huge list that's, 15x that number right there. So let's get back to that one item though. You brought up a concern about the carpets. Are you directing staff to remove that line item? What are you suggesting we do there?
I think that was the icing on the cake for me to then ask the question as to how did we prioritize these things? Because in years past, when we've had this conversation and talked about, oh, it's being studied, or oh, we're working on the design, never was the PD women's locker room under design. In the last 3 years, we've talked about it. I mean, we redid the firing range, right?
Though that women's locker room, in fairness, that's been pushed out.
It's been
and
on
I think
the-
it'll be.
it's
I
been
think
on
it's
the
due.
list.
The work's due to actually be done in 2024. I think they'll be continually backloading money for that or something. But then that is paid also. The asset forfeiture can only go to police stuff on that, so we can't really peel that money away. The carpet thing is a little bit maddening though, because we got a tour of the carpet when it was installed last time. I mean, I remember going on the carpet tour.
One quick clarification. On the funding, the development impact fees, when development projects pay for that, they pay into a fire development impact fee, a PD, a park, library. So those development impact fees that are for PD and fire, they can only be used for capital projects for police, fire, library, and so on. And we have, those buckets set aside. So if we don't use it for that, the carpet does have to be used for a capital project for a fire station.
So then what's the balance in the park? All the fees for the parks, what's the balance in that currently?
We drew down on that because we used some for the library park projects. I want to say we're probably right around 100,000 right now.
Plus the 800,000 that was appropriated that's carried over for rec park.
Right, and another thing I would like to add, all these projects that you see before you, it's been through CPAC committee, CIP, the advisory committee, and they weighted down, they had the criteria and they scored all these projects, just so that you know.
Thank you. Okay, are we done with this one?
For now.
Okay, for now, yeah. Any other concerns about the budget overall? I certainly.
But wait, there's more.
You got a list, yeah.
Some of these are PD sides. Maybe you could address the asset forfeiture. We're still budgeting north of $200,000 in asset forfeiture. In your sense, is that still? I mean, obviously you presume it's still valid. That's a precipitous decline. And we've gone from almost $1 million. There's certainly a nationwide movement legally on asset forfeiture. Do we feel strongly enough that the narrow bands that we can conduct asset forfeitures in and around LAX are strong enough to support that? It seems pretty ambitious.
So that's actually a current fund balance that's sitting there. So
That
that's
100.
That's not new money.
No, I know, but there's a revenue line for 100-some thousand, right? That we anticipate receiving this year.
Yeah, I don't.
It's no. Did I read that incorrectly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We don't budget revenue for asset forfeiture.
Then I read that incorrectly. I stand corrected. I will go down the list. We're only budgeting for 2 police cadets this year. We've had a lot of success with our police cadet program. Do we know why we're only doing that?
I don't know if someone from PD is here or online.
Bill's there.
Bill, are you online?
Online at the airport. Very well.
Okay, Bill, you can speak.
Hold on, sorry, I was trying to raise my hand. I'm sorry, the question was we're only budgeting 2 cadets? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, it looked like we only predicted having 2.5 cadet headcount over the year.
I think that might reflect the vacancy and not how many we're budgeting. We should be budgeting about 7 or 8.
Yeah, typically we had 7. We had 7 in the last fully fleshed out year. So I was surprised that it was lower because we get pretty good value out of that.
That was from the line item detail. I wonder if we spread the cost over different budget units?
Or is it it's 2.5 FTEs, full-time equivalents?
Yeah, 2.5 FTE as opposed to 7 FTE in 2018.
I think we're just correcting that because it's not 7 full-time positions. So I think the 2.5 is equivalent. So we're basing it on hours. So we're just kind of correcting the way we.
Just slightly different reporting. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Well, we've got a spread loading the police budget piece. Where are we accounting for medical claims? Is it, I noticed we have a line item for UAL, we have a line item for insurance and bonds. Some of that I assumed was where we are allocating our bond costs in those budgets.
Correct.
Where we know, I think we talked about trying to attribute medical claims into the budgets of the individual departments and incur them. I didn't see that. Is there a spot in there for that?
So when you say medical claims, I think you're referring to workers' comp.
That's correct.
So that actually is spread out through all the departments. There's a formula. It's built into the personnel costs.
Got
so the
it.
departments that have higher claim exposure, they have a higher percentage of that built in. Now, the general liability side, for example, if there's any employment-related claims, we just started charging. That was not a practice before. We were not charging that back to departments. But we are doing that in the proposed budget.
Yeah.
So we are actually having a line item that's hitting those departments that have those claims.
Thank you for that clarification. This one might be more for the city manager or the rec and park. Kent. Sorry, it's a real genius moment right there.
If Chief Whalen could turn down the volume.
Commandment one. For Rec and Parks budgeting, is that accounting for the plunge opening on 1 October?
Yes, that's correct. So we have it closed through September 30th.
How wedded are we to keeping that closed during the summer months? I know we have staffing issues on lifeguards, but we have people with kids who are ready to swim.
Pretty wedded to that to balance the budget.
Well, I mean, that's baked into the budget.
Actually, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, what does that realize us in savings by doing that roughly?
I believe it was close to $300,000.
Because that one is, I know it's been a little baked in on the process side. I will tell you that that is more than a little problematic on the residential side. But I'm gonna put that over here on the other column. I have a big question about, and it might be a little more forward-looking, about how we're doing some of our public safety budgeting, but I think if people have more onesies and twosies, we can come back to that.
Yeah, I have a concern, similar, or question about how we're doing public safety budgeting as well. Are there any other items before we get to that? Okay. I have general concerns about some of the assumptions that were built in. I think you do a great job, Joe, your whole department, everybody that's here. I'm just really leery about the future, and I think we've got some fairly big assumptions built in here, and I don't think we're doing enough on the expense side. I know you've done a lot to get creative here to come up with the $9 million. I don't think it's enough. I don't like using the general fund balance initially. I don't like reducing operation and maintenance. I don't like reducing the equipment replacement fund. I think all these things are bad ideas. I mean, they're not, I think they're creative ideas. I'm not faulting you at all. I just don't subscribe to them. I would rather see us be better fiduciaries now by digging in deeper and looking for savings. And looking for savings in the two departments that we all love, public safety, police and fire. And if we look at a lot of the other departments and all the conversations I've had with you, Mr. Mitnick, and with others, Most of the departments are, if you look at planning, for example, I think it's a skeleton of its former self. HR has one person in it in addition to Rebecca. IT is small. All these departments are small. And I've also looked at data for police and fire vis-a-vis other cities in the South Bay related to sworn officer firefighters per capita, per crime rates, all kinds of different factors. And I do think there's an opportunity there. We've done a lot for police and fire over the last 5 years. We've given both departments new equipment. We provided them with recruitment bonuses. We've given them or upgraded their facilities. I'm sorry? New technology, thank you. And I just don't feel it's fair to our residents to ask to continue to tolerate, for lack of a better word, really old in disrepair facilities. And Elias, I give you credit for being out there on the weekends. I know you're doing that, and you're doing what you can with what you have. And it's not enough. We know that. So how are we gonna get out of this hole? Are we gonna wait 20 years until we have $40 million accumulated? Are we going to have to go borrow money? Regardless, I think we need to dig a little deeper now. And also being the South Bay City Council of Governments, I know that there are a lot of different models out there for police and fire that have been explored. And so I know this isn't a popular notion, but I think it's one that needs to be reviewed. I don't believe that if we make some streamlined decisions here with regard to police and fire, that we're gonna see any downward or upward trend in crime or in fire safety. And most of the incidents that we see, every day we get the police and fire reports, most of the incidents in fire are medical calls, the vast majority. And most of the police calls are dealing with things that, yes, we have issues in town, we have the hotels, et cetera, but I do believe that we could dig a little deeper in these departments. And I hate to just stick it to the residents, because that's what we've been doing. I've been on council 5 years, I've been saying, we're gonna be fiduciaries, gonna make all these tough decisions, and we have. We've made great decisions. We saved $17 million in pension reform before we got to the POB. But we're still in this situation for the foreseeable future, and I haven't seen yet a plan to work our way out for capital improvement. So, barring that, we need to do more now to reduce. That's what I feel strongly.
I guess I'll go to column number 3. So there's a few items to that, Mr. Mayor, that I think are of note. One, we budget, and I know we talked about this last time, and I'm not gonna belabor it because I do every time. Code compliance still has 1 head count. I know at some point if we're gonna change the table of organization that we need to pre-plan for that, but I think as our pilot program for short-term rentals is going to start up, because it will be starting up soon, people are going to travel, and we'll restart that program. That program is predicated on us having code compliance and functional code compliance. So that headcount is something that if it's not a portion for this budget, and it is not, we need to make sure that in the near term, we start planning to have that, because I think a second code compliance officer is going to be a requirement for that. That ties in directly to what the mayor is saying, because currently that code compliance effort for nights and weekends is police headcount. There is the spot for the police positions up there. There are 4 spots, 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, 2 officers. To the mayor's point, I don't know if there's a council in any of the 88 cities of LA County that can show more progress to law enforcement in a 4-year span. All new motorcycles, all new vehicles, new shooting range. First time it's been fully staffed, I think, in 20 years. Some of these headcounts replacements are predicated on retirements. I don't know that we know if those retirements are definitely going to happen. I think they're projected retirements, but I would, for one, if we're going to start unfreezing positions, I would advocate doing it from the bottom up, more officers, then the sergeant, and then a lieutenant last. That would be my position, and I know that's somewhat unpopular, probably unfair to do when the chief's not here, but in terms of cost weighted, I would advocate a code compliance person coming aboard before the police officers. And then lastly, I think it is valid, this is more of a strategic planning piece and maybe less a budgeting piece, but to the mayor's point about how we look at organizing based around our actual need, I'm trying to think of the appropriate metaphor here without speaking a million miles an hour. The Space Force is carved out of the Air Force because the Air Force strategically saw the future is in space. So it becomes its own department. I think medical, as a part of fire service, has outgrown it. The demand is in medical more so than in fire service. So I think at some point it is going to be worth us taking a look at. And I don't know that there's time in this year's budget, I mean man-hour time to look at it, but there's going to be time to perhaps split those two departments. We will always have a demand for a fire service here, so it's not removing a fire requirement, but the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of these calls are for medical. And so if we have an emergency medical service that is set apart, and I don't know what shape or form that takes, there will always be a medical requirement for fire service, but there's an aviation requirement in the Army, right? The Army isn't just the ground, they have helicopters too. But if we need a fleet of ambulances running around, having firemen do it is, I'm not certain is the most efficient way to do that. So maybe we have to split that somehow. And I don't know how that, I don't know if there's a model out there that does it. There's some devolved models around general public safety that I don't think answers the mail, but we need people running around in ambulances and we need people fighting fires, and those don't have to be the same people. They're probably the same kind of people, but they don't necessarily have to be the same people. And I think in the long run, that maybe makes us budget. I think the first time we see that, is a win in equipment replacement. Because right now we are rolling and putting miles on hook and ladders to go over to people who don't need a ladder truck. So I'm just throwing that out there. I know I kind of went rapid fire, but my code enforcement or code compliance piece as it ties to the police department freeze is one, and then tying into the long term of how we do the other piece of public safety, which is medical. I think there's probably two separate things that we're trying to get a false efficiency by keeping it all under fire. So that's my forward look for that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Drew?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the both of you, because really in the end here, what it is we're doing our best to plug the dam and put Band-Aids over gaping wounds. We have, and every time we do that, it satisfies us for a little bit of time until we start looking at the next budget. I think what I'm hearing here, and I agree, is that we have to start actually looking at figuring out what the actual issue is and how to solve that. Because at this point, we're just plugging it to get to the next budget cycle and then going through the same things again. So I think it's time that we took a very hard look at what we do and how we do it, rip the Band-Aid off and really look at it, because we're never going to solve a long-term problem by doing it this way. So I'm in agreement with you too.
Thank you, Councilmember Drew.
I also just wanted to make sure, one of the things we talked about was also with the electrification of cars. We only have one charging station in town, or for our city, and I'm not sure if we're on the hook to providing electric charging stations, or if that's going to be a private sector business, but we as a city are not prepared for the expansion of electric
There's a
cars.
state law on that, isn't there? God, come to think of it.
I think, Joe, the ones you set up, though, were self-funded, weren't they? Didn't they pay for themselves, the installation?
So
and
the one
electricity?
that's outside
Yeah.
City Hall, yes, it actually generates.
You're saying,
revenue
though,
for the
that we're going to need more,
Correct.
and we're not, okay.
I mean that's where it's going, and we don't have anywhere in our capital improvement to accommodate charging stations, and I'm not sure what our role needs to be, but we need to be talking about it.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of grant funding out there available for that.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I don't know if Tesla chargers count, but there are none of those in town either. Manhattan Beach has a whole.
Yeah, it's a good question. I know the ones that tend to be out there tend to be where there's high traffic areas, retail, restaurants, or where the customer base is. So we can, we'll put this on our to-do list, but we'll try to find out how are these private sector decisions made, and what business locations do they go into and why? Because they should be here, but maybe they feel they're right on the edges of El Segundo, and that takes care of the need. But, we can certainly lead by example and have more done out of the municipal locations. So.
And I'm sure that some of the corporate offices east of PCH have some, but we just don't know.
It's a great question. We'll get an answer and report back.
They do. Yeah, there's quite a few of them east of PCH.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstuck. I want to get back to public safety, if we might. I'm just personally not comfortable approving the budget as it's written based on some of the things that I've outlined. I would like to see staff come back, work with the police chief, the chief of police and the chief of fire to find some additional monies. It's just $32 million. I know that they're freezing some positions. I would feel much more comfortable looking the residents in the eye once we've done that. I certainly don't want to compromise. No one's asking us to compromise any safety for our residents. I don't think that's what we're talking about at all. I think that there are savings to be found. This is never comfortable having to have done this. Everyone up here has done this multiple times in their businesses and life in general, and this is never a comfortable conversation. I would like to see that happen. And I don't know how my colleagues feel on that, but that's a big component of the budget from a, so I'd like to see what everyone has to say on that.
I don't think it's wrong to ask. Looking through this, we'll go through our notes and we'll see all the lines that we highlight. Like I was looking at just our budget, city council budget, because if you're one of the residents and you're looking at why is the total city council budget $356,000, what are those guys doing? And I see on here, Mr. Mitnick, there's a $30,000 line item for dues and subscriptions. What do we subscribe to for $30,000?
The contract cities and all those
That's
things.
what I assume that's what it was.
Council of Governments.
But
It'll be the League of California Cities, the citywide memberships.
So I just wanted to make sure that in your professional opinions, you still feel that all of those subscriptions and all those memberships, they pay for themselves. They're worth the $30,000 we invest.
But you know what, to your point, Councilman Nicola, it would be good because people are watching this to dig into that city council budget so people know what's in there. I think that would be a good exercise because I think we have at least one personnel attached to that.
That is correct. A full-time employee. Yes.
Okay. Maybe while Mr. Mitnick, I think, is looking that up to give us a little idea, I do want to get back to this notion of, is there a number that we could ascribe to, that we'd want to point to as a reduction number? Or are we just asking council? Because I think from a timing standpoint, this is our last meeting before summer recess. And we could certainly do a special, I'm sure, Mr. Mitnick, if we were going to look at a revised budget. We could do a special.
You could, but we do need to have the budget adopted prior to July 1st.
Okay.
So
or you need to have a continuing resolution so that you, so the bills can get paid and business can
How
go
might
on.
that work, Mr. Hensley? I don't think we've ever done that, not that I've been on.
It's just a simple resolution that basically states that the council authorizes to have continuing appropriations until you adopt a budget.
That can go on for how long?
Until you adopt a budget. Yeah.
Okay.
But at some point, it becomes cumbersome to not, and maybe quickly, to not have a budget in place so that you're actually accomplishing the things you want to accomplish and not just continuing on the path you were on. The city manager can speak for that better than I can.
Okay, thanks. Councilman Nichol, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I think, approaching it, I don't think it would be wise for us to approach it from a dollars and cents standpoint. If you were looking at just the general fund summary for the police budget, you have salaries and benefits, maintenance and operations. And so I guess I would say, let's be specific. If we're going to ask the two chiefs to look at their departments, are we looking at them to lower their head count? Or are we looking
I think that's up to them. I wouldn't want to ask them to look at specific line items of their budget. I'm looking at this more of, okay, we're using general fund balance of $2,025,000. We're reducing operation and maintenance by $1.5 million. We're reducing equipment replacement fund by $900,000. I would like to land on a number, again, so they're not continuing to push this to our residents ultimately. Have them come back with, here are our options, after careful consideration, about how we could achieve that in police and fire.
Yeah, I think to your point, it would be very helpful if the chiefs were standing before us saying, you're allocating me this, I'm gonna come in under budget like the rest of these, like some of these public works projects. Like I'm gonna work diligently to make sure that we do not have as much overtime as we've had in years past. And I'm gonna keep that line item down. I'm gonna bring this in under budget and almost see, well, how much under budget can they bring it in? Now, I think this year it might be, right? Damn lies, statistics, don't believe them. So if the chief goes off the books prior to us hiring a new chief, there is going to be some salary savings there, is there not, Mr. Mitnick?
Yes, and we went through this process to get here. So if I hear what the mayor is saying, you want to shift how to do it. We need to tell us the dollar amounts you're interested in savings in those two departments, and we'll work toward that.
I guess to the point I was trying to make to my fellow council members is, if PD comes in under budget this year, it's gonna be like, hey, look, I'm 10% under budget. It's like, great, but the lion's share of that 10% might be the vacant position of chief until it's refilled. Right? And so I fear that if we try to put, a percentage amount or a dollar figure to it, like, it may not be.
This gets back to, if you think about some of the conversations we've had on the dais, strategic planning budget, about we have a finite number of dollars to run departments, and there are reasons. We are so fortunate to have full services. We don't contract anything, pretty much, as a small city. But we also have finite dollars available unless we're willing to go raise taxes. And so one of our predecessors said many years ago, come up with a percentage and or dollar amount not to exceed of the general fund that it's available for these departments, and stick to that. And if we had that, which is more akin to a zero-based budget kind of idea, we wouldn't be making these unpopular decisions on a go forward every year. We'd say, this is what's allocated for police, this is what's allocated fire, our two biggest budget line items, and here's what's allocated for the other departments. Here we are in this unpopular, uncomfortable situation where we're borrowing from all these other funds to bridge the gap. And I'm suggesting that we ask police and fire to come back with the number that's reduced. And that ultimately we get to the point, as we've said several times, that let's do a true bottoms-up build on the budget. Let's really look at what we need, not just in police and fire, but in every department. Because the way the budget has been written since Sandy Jacobs was mayor, according to her, was based on historicals. What did we do last year and what's different? What's the delta? As opposed to what do we truly need? Is that a fair statement, Joe?
We really, because of COVID, we went through and I want to say gutted a lot of the budget. And I'll just give you an example. The police budget, which is on page 62 of the budget book that's in your packet, summarizes it. Total police budget is $19,436,000. 81% of that is salary and benefits, so $15,740,000 salary and benefits. That's 81%. 19% is maintenance and operations, so that's $3,695,000. Of that $3,695,000, about $2 million is for the South Bay Communication Center, which we can't get out of that. So that really leaves only, $1,695,000 that they have in O&M items, which is a very, very small percentage of their total budget. Fire is very similar. We did cut the overtime down significantly. Before, maybe in prior years, there was some savings left over in that budgetary line item, but we've really shrunk that down a lot. So we didn't just go off what was it historically. We looked at what has PD and fire been actually charging to overtime, and let's even try to hold it back a little bit further from the actuals.
We did a triage approach, and so you're in an environment when the organization's been told, add more police, add. So that was done. So now what we're hearing is
Actually, what we said is staff.
But the numbers.
We said we're understaffed. Chief came to us with a proposal, $25,000 recruitment bonus, and we said we're all in. Unanimous support, I believe. So we didn't say add, we said staff. We're struggling to be competitive, and Chief's done a great job to his point earlier up at the podium about being an employer of choice. All I'm saying is there an opportunity to dig a little bit deeper without affecting the safety of our residents? That's what I'm asking us to do.
The only place left to cut would be personnel.
Yeah, we have to cut personnel.
So I'm asking you guys, I want you to look at that, and you know that's the case because we had this conversation earlier today.
Yeah. So, yes, the number of positions can be reduced. The impact on public safety, that would be determined. Yeah.
Wait, what does that mean? I would want assurance. To say that be determined makes it sound like it's
Well, I
an
have to look at,
experiment of sorts.
if the goal is to reduce the police budget, we have to look at reducing staff. Now, does that tie to public safety impacts? Yeah, we would have to address that.
To everything you're saying, I agree. I think looking deep and hard on it is very, very important. So that I don't say what I always say, and you're like, you shouldn't say that. Not to ask a better question, a different question. Because I think we have to be careful, because when we make statements up here, they can be perceived as direction, right? And I think from a resident standpoint, for us being fiduciaries of the residents and putting what the residents, if you take any survey of residents, their number one concern is safety. Okay, so I think if we ask a question or give direction to the chiefs to say, to provide the level of service that we expect from your departments, what do you need moving forward? Now, that may not mean that, okay, hey, we can actually do without this many officers, let's cut them now, but it's like in the future, as officers retire, then maybe we just don't fill those positions. Because if they feel, hey, we can provide the same level of service, if not better, with new technology, new policies, new this, new that, then it's an evolving system. But I think us asking that question is not wrong, Mr. Mayor. I think us asking them, saying, hey, it's, the way we police today is different than we policed 10 years ago. The way, to your point, with fire, the calls that we respond to are different than the calls we respond to years ago. So is there somewhat of a reorg? Is there somewhat of a, hey, let's just look at this from a different angle, and 10 years from now, this is what the police department's gonna look like, and this is what the fire department's gonna look like, and here's the path to getting there. So it may not be us that sees that initial change, but we set those two departments on the path towards that change. So we may not see it in our budget this year and or next year, but we could see it in a future budget.
Yeah, just to clarify, we were talking about police. It could be fire. I think the question is posed to both chiefs to figure out where those savings are. I'm gonna shut up for a minute.
But I think you can ask that question of every department head, couldn't you? With technology, with the people, the process, and the technology that we have, what do you need as a department head to provide the level of service that we expect for our residents and our business people?
And to your point, Scott, we've put a lot of money into technology in the last 5 years. I mean, before, when Drew, you and I got on council, we didn't even have an IT director. We didn't even have a plan for IT, and we've put a lot of money into IT, and we should have some efficiencies throughout each department where new technologies have been implemented. And that's one of those things that we should be optimizing our workforce and challenging every department to be looking at, okay, with this new technology, what have you done to optimize your workforce? I'm not saying that technology always is a chance to eliminate headcount. It's an opportunity to optimize your headcount.
Any further discussion? Okay. So I think, yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
I mean, I think that we've kind of come full circle. Like I have a one big blue arrow idea for the future, but in the near term, when it comes to real dollars, and I know it's a false equivalency because they come from different departments, but if I'm reading the paper tomorrow and see $85,000 for carpet, but the plunge stays closed until October, I mean, I'd start eating that paper too. I mean, like that, it's hard not to be spitting angry when you see something like that. So I think that when we say that, is there more savings to move around in this budget? I mean, I think it's a certainly a valid point. I mean, $300,000 savings on the plunge. I mean, is that one police sergeant, that frozen position? A retiree, somebody retires and we wait to fill it until January or start the recruitment until January. I mean, look, no one wants to compromise public safety, and I think, like I said, I think we have a track record of endorsing that. I mean, we bought new fire engines, we bought lots of new equipment, settlement agreements, all those sorts of things. But there is, to the mayor's point, the residents are the ones who are paying, and the level of service they're receiving on their day-to-day encounters. Now, obviously, they're getting great service on the public safety. We want to maintain that. But do we need to unfreeze those positions at the cost of keeping kids out of the pool? I would say no. I mean, I think we keep those 4 positions frozen. I mean, I think that's what is that, $950,000 worth of, where are the jobs right there?
973
973?
without overtime.
Right, but that's already built into the budget, that those
So that's already baked in.
frozen, yeah, the whole year.
And we think we have retirements coming on top of those.
And there's vacancies as well right now.
In
Police has
police, there's
strict
vacancies?
I'm sorry?
Of the 39 officers, there's vacancies in the 39 police officers? Or are there
There's
vacancies
some
on the
vacancies.
command staff?
There's vacancies, well, I don't know, is Bill still on the line?
He's not, still got it. He's already moved to his slippers, so he's very quiet.
I was just going to hope we could rewind to about 3 hours ago. That was a much more pleasant conversation. All right, so I just want, by way of a reminder, because not everybody was on the dais when we did this, and for the community. When I got here, I did a thorough evaluation of the police department. And I do want to caution you about following ratios and things like that, because those have largely been sort of debunked in the world of law enforcement as valid measures of staffing levels. We look at, one thing we look at is time available, because the national standard, and council can set this, or I could set it, or whomever, we want officers to be available about 66% of the time to do proactive police work. That's pretty much what the International Association of Chiefs of Police has come out with. So we build that in based on the number of calls that officers are going to each day. So we can try to get them to about that 66%. We look at vacancy factors. We have to study how often are officers taking time off. On average, how many officers are off per shift, because we have to have a certain minimum number of officers to safely handle the calls for service in the city. So we add that back in. We look at response times. How are our response times doing? And so far, we've been trending where we need to be. So I'll remind you that at a high, we were authorized 72 sworn positions. We've reduced that to 62. When I got here, I actually reduced command and supervisory ranks. So it isn't as though we have, I get it, we're the biggest budget. I completely understand. But it's not like it was before. We've really looked at making reductions. I caution you that we are, you would have to decide what service you want to cut if we cut positions. I'm suffering right now because I have a vacant sergeant and lieutenant. The lieutenant's my community engagement lieutenant, who was going to be the point person for dealing with the DEI committee and all these other things. So now I've had to take a manager out of another assignment who's splitting their assignment not as effectively at both because it's taking up that time. It's a position I need filled. So my ask is, I will save you the $973,000. I just want to decide how best to do it, what the timing is, when I can move the pieces into place based on what our trend line showing our numbers are. Well, whoever follows me will be the one that's doing that. But that's what really my ask is. Now, we had a pandemic that actually helped us from a staffing standpoint, because if that NFL season started this year, we'd be in a world of hurt, because I don't have an overlap shift on the weekends. I don't have enough officers. So if all of a sudden the hotels come back to full capacity, which would be great because our TOT goes up, our calls for service on the weekends are going to go through the roof, especially after every NFL game when there's parties and stuff like that at the hotel, and I don't have the staffing for it. We have 3 motors assigned to our traffic unit, and if you read the Elucid surveys that we get all the time, that's the #1 concern of our residents. It's kind of funny, I was looking at a picture taken in 1945 in front of the old police station today. There was 4 motorcycle officers in 1945, 1 more than we have now. We've had 2 prior staffing analyses done by outside consultants, not counting the one that I brought in, and they actually recommended more people than what we have now. So I say all that to say, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, and could we eliminate a position here or there? We probably could. I mean, if we really had to, I guess we could look at that and figure it out. But we are really maxed out right now with what our officers are doing. And I'll also remind you, when I took over, was at a time when crime was increasing, and they collapsed down everybody to more of a patrol-centric responsibility. And we had a lot of people leave the department. We were down to 48 police officers when I took over. And yes, absolutely, you guys were fantastic in giving me that authorization to move forward with Ignited and doing all those programs. And it did help us out. Unfortunately, with all that's going on with the national narrative, that stream of officers has dried up. And we're struggling now to fill our ranks, and it's not going to get any easier. So I get what you're saying, but it's my professional opinion that we will have to say we don't want to do one of these things if we take these positions away. And I'm very concerned about lack of supervisory and managerial oversight given the climate that we're in right now. I mean, it is more important than ever to make sure that we have those sergeants in the field, the lieutenants watching those sergeants, to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for an even greater liability and greater expense down the road. And I think that I just had a long-winded answer to a question I might not have answered yet. Did you guys ask me something? What was it that you asked Joe and he turned around and looked at me? I'm sorry.
Well, there were a couple in there, and what our staffing level was, 39 frontline police officers, and then you have what about, you have sergeants and lieutenants and command staff that gets us up to the 62 target.
So my apologies. I always look at my overall sworn numbers, and we are currently down 6 overall. So 62 authorized, we're at 56, soon to be down to 54.
And we are fully contracting out jail service now, and is animal control as well. It looked like the contractual number, the budget was up, and the animal control budget was down. So are we fully contracting out everything except core police functions?
No, sir. Animal control is still in-house.
Okay.
We are, thank you for, I believe it was the last council meeting, your approval of the Hawthorne jail contract. That gives us opportunity. I mean, you mentioned code enforcement, and I'm exactly with you on that. I think that we need to really boost that up, and I know there's this policy of no new headcount. However, by contracting with Hawthorne Jail, now we did this to save money. We are in essence giving up 2 of our positions, and they're currently vacant. If we were able to come up with the money through other means, we would be allowed to, say, convert those into code enforcement officers without adding headcount currently to our city. So I think we have opportunities here to maximize our efforts and take care of some shortfalls that we have in the community right now. And as police work changes, and there's a lot of push to change what we do, we could certainly evaluate our need for sworn police officers if we say, hey, the county came up with a mental health response team. We're no longer responding on these kinds of calls. But as long as we have a full service police agency, which we currently have, it would be a little bit problematic until we have that other piece that's there that then our residents could rely on as a source to come out and help them when they need it.
Chief, you brought it up on the mental health response. I can't remember if the Board of Supervisors approved it. They did, right? 24/7 on the, do you have a sense yet of how that will affect us? I know we have a part-time person with us now that works with Officer Lemus. How might that change in the future? Do you know?
I don't. Nothing has been pushed out to the independent city chiefs on how that's going to impact us. So you have the big players, the Sheriff's Department and the LAPD, that have their own dispatch center and now have the ability to dispatch out other units. That hasn't transcended down to us yet. So we're going to have discussions about how do we get somebody specifically assigned to us that through the RCC they can be dispatched out in lieu of a police officer. That hasn't been worked out yet. I think that will. I think there's a strong push for that, and I think you're seeing savings at the county level, for example, with not funding Men's Central Jail and other things that they want to use to push that money into alternative response capabilities. And I've said this before, over my career, probably half the calls I've gone on, you didn't need a police officer to go on them. It's just the problem is in the middle of the night, there's nobody else. And so that's why loud wind chimes, barking dogs, my neighbor's sprinklers running into my yard. I mean, these are all calls that I've gone on when I think we could all sit here and say, that was probably a waste of my time. But when you call 911, and believe me, they do, in the middle of the night, so far we're the only entity that can come out right now. And I really hope, you know, over the next 5 and 10 years, they figure out a way that we can get out from under that and then, you know, use the police for what they're really meant for. I do have a little bit of fear because we do have the opportunity on these low-level calls to really build that positive community relationship, which is so vitally important right now. And if the only time we're coming out is when you're truly in crisis and it's truly a really bad situation, I don't know how that fixes that dynamic between the police and the community on a go forward. But that's also why I made community engagement my priority when I reorganized, because that is our push into the community. That's how we build those bonds and make sure we have that connection. So that's why, you know, personally to me, and that's where our community lead officers fall under, our crime prevention analyst falls under that, our SROs fall under that, which I know we were discussing earlier tonight, so.
Thanks, Chief. Well, since fire's not here, it looks like the burden goes to fire. Well done, Chief. Thank you. Any other questions for Chief Whalen?
Not a question. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you. I mean, your mastery and understanding of the organization, just policing in general. It's, you know, Mr. Mayor, we're doing our jobs up here. We're asking the questions, right? We're doing exactly what everyone elected us to do, right? Is spend as little money as possible to give the best service as possible and keep all of these full service departments here, taking care of the residents. So, one, I commend you for bringing up the unpopular subject matter and having us talk about it, but I just want to thank the chief for being able to stand here and answer these questions. Not necessarily, I mean, they were coming from us, but they're coming from a place of the entire neighborhood and every resident that's here asking the same question, like, well, they should, why is their budget so big? And so thank you, because at the end of the day, we all want to go to bed at night and know that there is someone to call and hope that our cars don't get stolen and hope that our homes don't get broken into. You know, I mean, I know personally that's why I live in this town. You know, it's a safe place to live, and I feel very comfortable closing my eyes at night. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Nickel. Okay. Do we, thank you for that, Chief. Do we have consensus on what we're going to ask staff to do subsequent to this meeting on this particular item?
I have just a few more. Sorry.
Oh, shoot, yeah.
And this is something that this may be a point of order of where things live in the budget, but in terms of the admin code update, TOT on parking and all those things, do we have adequate time, and I mean by time, I mean dollars per time budgeted in? And I know that there are ballot propositions that we may or may not need for the coming year to include if there's a cannabis thing that comes in from whoever the group is that's taking the survey, and if we want to attach a proposition of our own to that, do we have enough time budgeted in for the general election? And by time, I mean dollars.
So the next general election would be November.
This would be November 22.
2022, right.
But we would likely need to be doing the legwork on all of these things in spring 2022. Right? To prepare a ballot measure, we need to be 100 days, 180 days out or something? What do we need?
Right.
It'll be due to the county about the end of the first week of August of 2022. And, you know, I always hope that we start working on it like at least 120 days before that, and that we get it done like at least 30 days before the actual due date.
So that puts us in this fiscal year.
No, we can get a time frame right away.
Okay, but I'm just saying there is enough money in, whether it's city attorney budget and CFO budget on this to account for those things? Because that's a lot of work.
If we don't have it, we can make the adjustment.
You know, for Measure C, that the city put on the ballot in 2018, we didn't have money budgeted in the adopted budget, but we absorbed it within the existing budget.
Okay.
Where there's a will, there's a way. We could deal with that. We'll come back with a schedule within a week.
Okay.
Because one of those would be the business license review. Yeah, so I just want to make sure that that's encapsulated in that.
Yeah, the business license review, admin code is a beast. I mean, that's a huge issue.
It's in this one, the strategic plan.
Yeah, it's in the strategic plan, and I just want to make sure that all of those things we're capable of doing, because I cringe whenever we add one more thing, but we don't have a dollar for a consultant or headcount to do the work.
We would get that information to you.
Do we need to make a decision on freezes?
We do. Did that exhaust your list?
For now.
Okay.
I'll wait till the chief leaves again.
No, he's staying until the end.
We ought to come up with a number or some directive for our staff, I think, as it relates to fine tuning the public safety budget. So, yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I just think it has to come from a place of the level of service we expect.
Yeah, again, it's I think I would suggest we come up with a number, call it $2 million from police and fire, without compromising the level of service.
So are we
safety.
asking for champagne on a beer budget?
Let's see what they come back with.
$2 million would account for, that's more than the entire O&M budget for the police department does. That's aggressive.
Yeah, but it's also, remember, O&M across the board is reduced by 1.5 million. $900 less for equipment replacement, $2 million out of the general fund. I mean, I still don't know if I fully believe in using the OPEB trust fund, even though it is fully funded for this purpose. So, yeah, it's a $32 million budget. 2 million is what, 7% of that? 8?
But
That number's on top of the all cuts they've already done.
But to Councilmember Nichols' point, do we want to challenge all departments to look at themselves internally?
I think we could, Carol, but I mean, I know what I'm seeing like in HR. We have a new HR director. She has one. You have one person in your department right now, roughly. IT is. I mean, maybe we do that with the ones that have room. That Public Works, Mr. Mitnick.
Okay, if we start looking at the non-public safety departments, then I will come back with service reduction requests, things that we shut down. We just we can't go any more. It's been years and years of cutting and cutting and cutting. So we need to really look at what services are we going to get out of the business of. That's the next step. Because we're at a breaking point. We're losing people. We're at a breaking point.
Well, and I know this may sound silly, and this may not account for much money at all, but, you know, walk into the city manager's office, there's cases of water, there's paper clips, there's staples, there's things like that. That comes out of your budget.
Correct.
I walk into Joe's department, there's cases of water, there's coffee, there's staples and paper clips. That comes out of your budget, right?
The coffee, actually, a lot of my staff and myself purchase with our own money.
Okay.
The K-Cups.
But, and I didn't mean like, hey, stop having the coffee. I guess the point I'm making is like, at some point, I would think that if we could, and then it seems silly because it's probably not much money at all. But if we went around and it's like, okay, we're pooling all this, you know, we're not separating it out in each department's budget, or that department's using too much paper, or that department's using this, or I don't know. I just think maybe those are the types of things where it's like Tracy, you've saved some money on printing in the past few years, right? Because people like us are no longer asking for the entire 350-page.
Don't get me started on our $58,000 copier contract. Remember, I lost my sternum wheezing over that last time.
You know, but maybe it's things like that, Mr. Mitnick, that will satisfy the craving from this dais to say, hey, what are we doing? Yeah. You know, maybe there's some practices that we have. Maybe it's not just head count. Yeah, you know, maybe it's little things like that.
It would be tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
that's about it.
But you know what? That would make the citizens of this town so happy. Like when they see, you know, there was a guy that came to the dais here. It was like my first year, and he talked about how redundant it was that we were pouring asphalt. There was 4 guys pouring asphalt on a section of sidewalk on Main Street that ultimately was just going to get concrete put in it. But, you know, we had 4 crew member out there and how inefficient it was and how we're just burning money. Those are the things that just really burn residents like Chris Pimentel. And he will come at that podium one day and he will yell at the people up here for things like that. So I get it, it's tens of thousands of dollars, but over a long period of time, it's a fire truck. Right?
Councilman Nichol, I was just, if I might, are we at liberty to say, Mark, what we have in terms of potential legal exposure and how that'll affect our budget? Have we allocated for that?
Well, yes, I've had discussions with the city manager and the finance director, and there are, well, listen, it's been on the closed session agenda. There are 7 lawsuits pending against the city by members of the police and fire departments, public record, which is a very unusual situation. In fact, I don't know that we've had another lawsuit from a member of those departments in 2 decades. So
The whole time you've been here?
I was trying to rack my brain thinking about that. I can't remember one over 2 decades, so it's pretty unusual. And to have that many is
Do we have, I'm assuming big numbers, do we have that earmarked? Where is that on the budget?
So the general liability fund, I increased, so traditionally we're about $1.5 million. I doubled that to $3 million.
Now, is that department specific or no? Is that a line item within the department or is that sub-department line item?
So it's an internal service fund that gets allocated back out to departments. And the departments that are initiating the claims, that's where the bulk of that gets charged back to. Just like workers' comp, the departments that have heavier workers'
So
comp cases.
those lawsuits are essentially reducing headcount, is that correct?
Reducing it? No.
Or freezing headcount?
Well, I guess,
They're,
yes, if you want to say that,
They're affecting
yes.
our deficit, correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
That is
so
correct, yes.
those lawsuits are reducing our headcount?
Yes,
Okay,
indirectly, yes.
thank you for
absolutely.
clarifying that, yeah.
So if you can go back to that, all the departments. So in this past year, you had a lot of companies in the private sector who had to you just take cuts across the board in order to survive, right? So let's just say it was a 20% hit. There's a lot of companies that did that. They didn't want to get rid of people, so instead of getting rid of people, we're going to take 20% off the top from everybody, okay, as an equitable way of doing things. Unfortunately, if you're at the upper end of that salary range, that 20% is a much bigger number. So I'm not suggesting we do 20%, but when you look at this, what ends up happening in any situation like this, in any company in the world, is that when you start going through a time like we are right now, when you start making cuts, it's the bigger player that gets hit with a bigger number, but the same percentage as the rest of the players. So in the end, the only way to really cut into this is to take a set number, percentage, and say, look, we need to go back in and we need to sit there in every department and say, we're going to try to narrow it down. Let's say it's 5%. Go after something, because then it all adds up. But if you sit there and just say, okay, I'm going to take $4 million off the top of emergency services, you're not going to get, I think, in the end, an equitable, or the maximum of what you could get from going through it all and just earmarking from a percentage basis. In my opinion, I think a percentage basis is the way to go. Go back and take a look at it, see what we can do. And just through the general financing of things, police and fire on that, say it was 5%, is going to get hit from a dollar figure more than the rest of them. But it's the same percentage. And that's how the majority of companies over this past year managed to survive. You have to deal with the budget you have. And then if things get better, then you adjust to that. And I think that's the situation we're in right now.
We
Does
have
that make sense?
5 anticipated vacancies coming up in PD for anticipated retirements. Do we know what we're looking at in fire? Do we have any anticipated retirements coming up there?
I think it was more than 5. Bill's at 8 vacancies? So 6 plus the 2 additional ones?
I think we're comparing two different things. Are you asking what our projected retirement?
Yeah, but I think when we talked this last time, you said you thought you had 5 projected retirements coming this year.
4 is I think, a safe number. I don't know about 5.
And does anyone know if we're looking in the similar, because age demographic-wise, we tend to be about the same in fire. Do we know if we're looking at impending retirements there? Because they have 2 frozen headcount as opposed to 4.
Yes, and I think it was this
About the
fire,
same.
they had a smaller number of potential retirements.
I mean, perhaps, rather than go to a development services department that has 2 people and ask them to get rid of 1, or find a way to not fill something, and we end up gapped with less happy residents, are there retirements or vacancies that, to Mr. Nichols' point, that we don't begin to fill immediately, but backload it, the same way we did with the early retirement plan last year?
Which department?
I don't have a fire number of if fire has impending retirements. but
Fire
rather-
has constant manning requirements, so.
They do, but I think we overstaff. I think their constant manning is a 13-man shift, and we staff at 15 or something. Is that?
If you want to provide a number for fire, please do. I mean, the fire representative has disappeared, so give us a number for fire.
I would just propose that I know it seems like a big number, but on $80 million, 77, it's really not, that we find $2 million. We don't use the general fund balance, and we direct staff to find $2 million, however you can do that.
By when? We need to.
Before we adopt the budget. Or we do what Mark suggests, which is to adopt it in continuance, or whatever that verbiage was.
or you could adopt the budget and have us come back with cuts in the first month or two.
That would work too.
Yeah, because we do need an adopted budget. And then to do the cuts, we've gone through a great deal of, we did across the board cuts through O&M. We did all these tools you're talking about, we've done. So now we'll come back with service reduction recommendations. That's going to be tied to this stuff. I would encourage you to approve the budget and to give us a 1 or 2 months into the fiscal year to come back with a target amount of reductions. If it's 2 million, then we'll come back with the 2 million or whatever the number is.
I think that is a really aggressive number to go to, because I don't know that there's anything left in the non-safety piece, and 2 million out of the safety departments, without it just being, slow rolling a recruitment for a vacancy. I don't know. 2 million is a really big number.
Yeah.
Chris, I don't know though. I mean, we don't know. Can anyone tell me on the dais what the standard is for firefighters per shift?
No, but that was to the point of my last question. I think we as a city have opted to overstaff. But I don't know that for certain. There is certainly a metric out there. I thought it was 13 and we go to 15.
Fire, if we look at, do we need 2 ambulances and things like that?
I think even if we were overstaffed, whatever that means, if our firefighter ratio was higher than the norm or the standard, let's say it was off by 20 to 30%, that's $2 million right there.
Yeah, and we are looking at
let alone the paramedic thing that you're referring to. And I think that I don't know that our residents want us to do this, but we are in a financial dilemma. So if we decided we were going to privatize ambulances, for example, and firefighters still went out and we had 1 ambulance at a time, that would probably save us $2 million.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, have we really pushed the envelope in terms of what we can do without affecting our resident service levels?
On the answer for fire, no, and we could do more. We are looking at the regional fire service with Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, and El Segundo, and there's some immediate savings if we share a battalion chief. And the numbers we were looking at for El Segundo were in the $1 million plus range. If we could make that come to fruition, there's a high degree of interest among those 3 cities to do that. You know from your conversations with your counterparts. I know that with regular conversations with the 2 city managers and the senior folks in the fire department have been talking. If you want to charge us with looking at coming back with significant savings to fire and report back to you in the first 2 months, I'm happy to do that. We can do that. Because I'll tell you from a service delivery standpoint, that is where the most of our cost savings can be. The non-public safety services, if we do that, we're going to be in the service service reductions. Development services, for example, we would have to have it take longer to process applications, that type of thing. So, yeah, we are at a breaking point in the non-public safety, but fire is, we had a representative here, the fire rep is not here, but give us a target for fire, we'll be happy to report back within 2 months of the new fiscal year.
I'm going to stick with the same number, Chris. You might think it's aggressive. I don't think so. And I'd like to see them shoot for 2 million and come back.
Mayor, is that 2 million for the entire general fund budget, or 2 million you're saying for public safety?
2 million more above what you proposed, the $9 million, bridging that $9 million deficit from wherever you get in the general fund. Probably from fire, is what I'm hearing you say.
I'm going to tell you, for us to do it in the non-public safety departments, I will come back with service reductions. That's the only way I can do it. Cut things out of Parks and Rec, shut down libraries, things like that. Because for public works and for development services, I'll recommend no change there. Because they're a breaking point.
Loud and clear. Got you. Thanks,
It's
Scott.
a purely breaking point, unless you will accept delayed capital improvements and things like that. But development services.
That's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to avoid deferring more capital improvement programs. We've been doing that for.
Yeah, if I could be really, I want to be bold here. We believe we've achieved all of your objectives with the budget in front of you today and the use of reserves, because we feel we can come up with a plan over the next year to have long-term solutions to all of this. So if you're going to ask me for my professional opinion based on 32 years in the business with a strong finance background, I would implore you to go with the budget that's in front of you. Give us the benefit of the doubt for the next year. If we can't do it, get rid of your city manager a year from today, because I believe we have a game plan that we can do it. It's tough. I know this is tough, but I believe, look, we got a AA+ rating, And the bankers at Stifel and JP Morgan and our financial advisor told us that we have a top-notch management team, and they are impressed with how we're managing this organization. We got an incredible vote of confidence. The presentation in front of the S&P was incredible. Your city treasurer was there for the whole thing. They feel we're on the right track. They looked at our budget. They watched the budget study session. They feel the budget in front of you is on the right track, and I would implore you to stay the course. We've heard you loud and clear in terms of what your concerns are. I want to get you a truly balanced budget next year where you use no reserves, zero, and a game plan for capital. Rec and Park, we hear you. We're going to come up with a game plan. I would ask you, give us the benefit of the doubt. Give me one more year to get things, so next year at this time, you're comfortable where we are. And if you're not there, then, you know, get new leadership here. But,
City Manager, we have fire back here.
okay.
If we have we had two questions for the fire department. One is on staffing level, what the industry standard is versus what we do, and two on any projected retirements for the coming fiscal year.
You need to come to the mic.
Staffing level can be debated. Obviously, you know our staffing levels now. I think we're proper staffing levels, although we do need to hire up a few positions. I think we're going to be looking at maybe 3, maybe 4 retirements this year. And that would be myself, a paramedic rank, I believe, 1 paramedic. Off the hand, I think there's some possibilities depending, but at that point, a captain, and that's about where we're at right now with retirements. So, but getting back to your original question, we typically, you know, staff a engine 3 to 4 man, and right now the city has 3. So that's industry standard. Truck, typically you have 4 on a truck, but 3 is typical as well. So we're staffed appropriately. So does that answer your questions?
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mitnick, I think when you look at this, we're at the 11th hour yet again, right, on a budget. So if I'm reading the tea leaves as from what you're saying is, we've done the work, you've done the work that we've asked you to do to get to where we are today. But I think you've probably heard in the past, well, hour and a half plus, that this is probably the last time we're going to be able to do this at the 11th hour and get it passed. We're going to have to start really getting into solving these long-term problems. So if we decide to go ahead and approve this budget the way it is, just know you cannot possibly be surprised next year when these exact same things come up and the exact same questions. And if you don't have answers for them, that's problematic. So you're putting yourself on the line, and I appreciate that. That's what leaders do. But understand, you got to start working on this now, because this is a much bigger problem that we have to solve. And next year at this time, if we're given this at the 11th hour, I think you know it's not going to get approved. And do you have enough ideas in your mind to get this done? And that's what you're going to have to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're trying to solve a lot of problems here in the past, with 2 weeks to go before you got to do this. And I know we're in a tight situation, but this problem isn't going to go away. So we got to figure it out one way or another. So I am fine, as much as it pains me a little bit, to go ahead and approve this budget. However, I heard exactly what you said on this, and you know exactly what's in front of you and what has to get done, and it needs to be worked on right away. We don't want to wait for a budget session 2 months before the end of the cycle. It's got to start earlier than that. That's my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Giroux. I would also like, I don't know how aware the council is of what some of our peers are doing in terms of evaluating public safety and going to county. And we know that residents, if the sentiment is the same, they don't want to go to county. And we don't want to go to county. We want control of our public safety. My sentiment remains the same, that we direct staff to find $2 million, and I believe it can be found based on the research that I've done with other cities, and I think most of that can come from fire, and I'd like to see that happen. And I'd like to see if we have support for that on the dais.
So I remember a few years back when Drew and I, we set net zero sum. We gave Greg Carpenter at the time, he was asking for a bunch of positions, and we said, you can have whatever positions you want, but it's net zero sum. And they made it work. It's miraculously they found the money. So I just, I'd like to put the challenge out there, the $2 million. If they come in at 1.5, but I would think $2 million challenge is because you have to take a hard look.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstook.
But coming from all departments, not just from safety.
Got it, thank you. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Nickel?
I think we're at like that tipping point, where we've asked many of our departments to do more with less for a long, long time. And I understand we can ask and we can say, hey, go out and find $2 million. And, Joe and Scott are really smart. They'll find $2 million and they'll say, yeah, it's over there and it's over there and it's in all these little places. But as Mr. Mitnick was saying to us, it's likely going to come back with, okay, hey, we're going to close the library, every third Tuesday for the year, and that'll save us this much money. And, we're going to stop doing this for this many days per the year, and that's going to save us this much money. And then we're going to delay filling that position for 2 months, and that's going to buy us this much money. And it's all these little things, but I do not think it will ultimately change the direction the organization is going in. There's no evolution there. Because you're saying, hey, go find $2 million. They'll find it, right? They will find it, and then they'll come back to us next year, and we'll be in different economic circumstances, and the budget will look different, and things will go right back to where they were. And so I think if we go to the department heads and say, okay, hey, we are in an evolving world. Things are changing. This is the level of service we want. This is the ideal budget we'd like to be at. Are you capable of giving us that and giving the residents that? And let them come back. Let's trust in the professionals we have, and let these professionals come back to us and say, if you stick with me, this is how I'm evolving my department, and this is how we are going to use technology and processes and the people I have to do more with less. So moving forward, this is where our budget can be, and that's where I think you'll actually start to see change and evolution. If you just tell them, go find $2 million, they've done it before and they'll do it again. They'll find $2 million, and we'll come back here next year and nothing will have changed. Nothing will have changed. Sure, we'll have $2 million extra dollars potentially sitting there, but it doesn't change the organization. It doesn't change the culture. It doesn't change anything. I mean, if anything, you have employees that are listening to us talk right now. They're like, sweet, job search, and they're out there looking for what's available because they're like, well, I don't want to be the one that's cut. I don't want to have to give back. And so I think you made Scott squirm, right? He was like, he's probably sick to his stomach right now, thinking like, well, what am I supposed to do? Whose head am I going to cut to try to get to this $2 million number? And I don't think the place that you're coming from is a wrong place, Mr. Mayor. I think you're coming from the absolute best place with the absolute best intentions. I'm more of a fan of trying to play the long game and say, okay, well, how can we evolve this organization? I think we evolve it by empowering the professionals we have in these roles and saying, how can you reorganize your department with technology, with process, so that we can have the service level we want and ultimately spend less, so that our residents see that, we're taking this organization in the right direction. I can't support you asking them to find $2 million because they'll find it, they'll tell us where it is, but we're not going to really see the effect of it.
Thank you. Because we love language so much. You can, you're choosing not to. You said can't. Really quickly though, to your point about it won't change the organization, I beg to differ. You get fire to really evaluate how they're providing what the service model is, like most of our cities have done around us, it will change the organization on a go-forward basis, and it likely will not go backwards. I didn't, no, that is not in the process.
So I think that I get the luxury of agreeing with both of you, even though on slightly different grounds. So and the chief alluded to, when he came aboard, we tasked him with reorganizing the police department. We put more money into it for a smaller head count, and then that budget was able to stay flat and deliver the same level of service. Fire, we poured money into equipment and the accreditation process. We have better firefighters. We certainly have higher qualified firefighters. There was not a study of the organization. And I suspect that if we want to look at savings, that likely exists in optimizing that organization around the task. So I think that you're kind of both right. I blanch, much to Council Members Nichols' point, I blanch at throwing a number out there that becomes an arbitrary target that we look to find. I think, though, you do have to have a target of some sort. I think to my earlier statement, $2 million is a bit aggressive because that's more than the police O&M budget entirely. But I think there's money in safety. I suspect it's likely in the way that fire is organized and operated and staffed. It might be in the way that they, or which personnel they fill vacancies with and how they structure that with. I'm comfortable with giving a target out there. I think $2 million is aggressive. 973 was what the police said that they could offset with filling theirs. Fire is, 60% the size of police? Do we look for a 60% target on 973? It's a bit arbitrary, but say, ask fire to find $650,000 worth of savings. I have less of a squirm factor with using equipment replacement funds to fill these things because I find the equipment replacement schedule impossibly aggressive, where we replace $900,000 fire engines that work perfectly well. So I think there's a little bit of a fudge factor in the equipment replacement fund. So I don't have any real squirm with us using that for a year. So I guess the short version is I would vote and take the budget as is with direction of go find some money in fire, and I'd put a number to it, 600,000, 900,000. It's largely symbolic, but it says we want a hard look at how we do it. But I also want to caveat on it that I don't want to do this at the expense of parents suffering in the summer who are used to their kids going to the plunge. I mean, the plunge is such a punching bag. It's such a punching bag. And the older your kids get, the less of a priority it becomes. But there's people in town who are just like pulling their hair out because they know it works. They know the bathrooms are crummy. They know all these things, but they know it works.
I'm sure you guys saw this, but if you look at just the police budget and the fire budget, the difference from their 18-19 to their proposed 21-22, both budgets are over $2 million less overall. We gave raises back in 18, didn't we? Right, so technically they're getting paid more today than they were in 18, and yet both budgets are over $2 million less. And so I don't want to say we're trying to get blood from a stone, but I just think, to your point, adopt the budget as is. Go to the professionals and say, can you keep giving us this level of service but change it? And can you save us more money? And they may do what Chief Whalen just did, which is absolutely not. Like, I can't. This is what I'm doing. Actually, I need more. This is what I need, and this is why I need it. And so, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I was just going to say, yeah, okay. Let's just, I'm going to make another motion then. It's a compromise of sorts. I feel confident that fire can find that money, bless you. But I don't think 600 is enough because, to your point earlier, police already went this, Chief said, 3 different independent studies, or 2 and then one of his own potentially. Fire has not done that in a long time that I'm aware of. Maybe that's part of the accreditation process. So they've frozen 973, and they've already streamlined, to your point that you just validated, they've saved some money by reductions over time. We're in a different state too now. We're 9 million short. We're in a different world than we were then. And so I would like to ask staff to find $1 million from the general fund budget, however they find it.
If nothing else, it adds urgency to some of the conversations we've had with our sister cities. Look, Manhattan Beach just hired a police chief, or a fire chief, excuse me. I think that maybe that throws a spanner in the works, maybe it doesn't, but there's things that are shared services, mutual aid calls that will not affect the fact that we know exactly which firemen are showing up at our house when we call them, and they do a great job of it, and we're not gonna compromise on that, but I think there's some efficiencies to be gained out there, and we just need to add some urgency to finding those efficiencies.
Do we have consensus on directing staff to find $1 million in the general fund budget?
Is that fire or general?
However you find it, yeah.
We are strongly suggesting it may be found in fire, because we're looking at the head count on these other places, and there just isn't a lot of head count anywhere left. I mean, there's just not. It's a lot of ones and twos on there for each role. Can I get any support of the plunge?
Yeah, I was just gonna say about the plunge, you know, can we pull out the money from the reserve just to bring up the plunge for the summer?
I totally support that.
On the plunge, I'm gonna ask Melissa McCollum, our Community Services Director, to talk to you about the lead time to make the plunge operable by your suggested time frame. Go ahead.
So unfortunately, it would be very hard to open the plunge this summer and to be able to scale up and staff it. In part because of HR and the fact that they're doing recruitments for all of the different departments with limited staffing, but also it's difficult to hire lifeguards at the amount that we would need to open a third pool. I'm sure working in business, you've heard about hiring of part-time staff kind of across the board in restaurants. It's also in recreation. There's a challenge there also. So by the time we had people on staff to scale it, the summer would be over.
Are we just at the mercy of the September federal benefit run out? Is that part of where our target date is October 1st?
It's probably all related. It's been a tough year in a variety of ways for hiring, for sure. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to open it even with the 300,000, within a couple weeks. I did want to say, and I know it's not the same, they're not equivalent Hilltop Plunge, but we have extended the hours of Hilltop, added additional lessons and programming there to try to make up for the fact that the plunge is closed. But we realize the impact that it has on the community. So I'm very sorry.
I got a question for you though. My kids are beyond that. We did the whole plunge, Hilltop, the whole 9 yards. If you could operate one versus the other, would it have benefit to operate the plunge with the shade and everything else in the summer, or is it not? People would rather have the outdoor pool. Not assuming that you could even move staff from one to the other. I don't know if you could.
I just don't know. The plunge is so much bigger that I think people would opt for that. I mean, you just get more bang for the buck.
How many lifeguards at Hilltop at a time?
So I
just one usually.
Just one.
Yeah. And Elias is here. I mean, there are maintenance things that would have to happen with the plunge also to get it ready to open.
So if we can't open the plunge, if before October, and when is the design of the new plunge going to be done?
So the plan to come back with the contract is in September, and at that point, we can talk more about the financing.
So I think we should really look at, do we just keep it closed and save the money and fast forward and expedite the renovation?
That could be part of that conversation.
We don't have to, that's for later, right? Okay.
Well, I guess that takes that off of there.
Can I go back to your $1 million?
I think we have consensus, but yes.
I don't know who you have consensus from, but
these two right here.
It's a question. Do you think if you challenge staff to bring the budget as it's shown here in under, do you think they'd bring it in more than $1 million under or less than $1 million under if you challenge them?
I don't understand your question.
Leave it open-ended.
I thought it was pretty clear. Like,
no, but
$1 million.
if you left it open-ended, you just said, I'm going to approve the budget as it stands, and by the end of the year, I want you to come back to me, and I want you to show me what you did, how you did it, and how you brought us in under budget. Do you think they would come in more than $1 million under budget?
Scott, it doesn't really matter to me what we do in practice finding money at the end of the year. That's not good governance in my mind. We're budgeting something that is a resolution, and we're putting it in the archives for history. And we're setting a limit on what can be spent. So regardless of what gets spent throughout the year, that's found money as far as I'm concerned. I'm asking for a commitment for staff to find $1 million, likely from fire, in this budget.
But then they're only going to find $1 million. I guess that's all I'm saying. What if there's a process that the chief comes back to Mr. Mitnick with, and it's like, hey, well, this process would actually save us $3 million.
I don't think he would withhold that. This isn't poker. I mean, Mr. Mitnick,
This is a good discussion. It's a tough discussion. But I'm going to ask you have confidence in our ability to deliver the budget and balance the budget and get you to where you want to be. As we said from the very beginning, this is a hold your breath budget. See where we land at the end of the year. If I need to come back with $1 million in cuts on top of what we've done, I'm going to be looking at service reductions of some sort. Now, if I'm told to go out after fire, I will definitely take a close look at that. The regional fire service does create some options for us, but if you want me to do $1 million, I'll do $1 million, and I'll come back with that.
we've established that. We have consensus.
Actually, I don't
on
think
it.
we have established that, because I wasn't saying $1 million.
Yeah, but I think Mayor Pro Tem and Carol said yes.
Or outvote.
I don't know. Okay.
So,
I think it's an arbitrary number, and we have bigger problems to address. So if we want to pull out an arbitrary number of $1 million, that's fine, but in the end, it's not really solving our long-term problems that you need to solve in the next budget.
Yeah,
So,
I
that's
wanna
all.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I really value the discussion, but I've got to tell you, between Joe and I'll speak for myself, I really understand where we're at and where we're going as a municipality. And we do have a plan to get us through next year. And if the revenues do not turn around, I will be in front of you with reductions 6 months from now. So I'm going to ask, give us the vote of confidence to get through this difficult time. And if there's...
Mr. Mitnick, can I interject? We might not want that. We might not want you to reduce any headcount in 6 months from now. We're asking you to take a strategic look at your organization and specifically one department, which hasn't been done in a long time. That's what we're asking you to do.
Okay.
And so, yeah, then we'll reevaluate. You come back 90 days from now and things are looking rosier, TOT is kicked up, we won't know BLT until December.
Yeah, happy to do that. With that time frame, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I think, just for clarification, we're not saying cut it. We just want you to come and suggest it and show us that you've done the due diligence, and then we can evaluate if we want to pull the trigger or not.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Mayor?
All right, so if we're gonna, I'm gonna
Because I
make a
didn't-
motion
that's not what I
again, because we
understood.
had consensus, but I'm gonna make the motion again. The motion is to direct staff to find $1 million more, meaning $1 million less in total expenses than what's been discovered up until this point, probably from fire.
Okay.
Do I have support of that? Do I have support of that?
I support that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
So for clarification, you will adopt the budget and then I have to come back. What's the time frame? 90 days, 60 days?
The sooner the better for you,
Okay.
whatever you think you need.
So July, September, July, September. By October 1? That's 90 days. July, right? July.
I
August.
have no problem with that.
Okay. Done. We will
Okay,
do it. We
let's
will do
move
that.
on to resolution number 1. City Attorney will read the resolution. Were there any other budget items, Mr. Nickel or Mr. Giroux, or I
Are we
think we
still moving-
exhausted Chris?
My only thing, are we still moving forward with the carpet?
Well, that's developer impact fees. If you want, we can take the carpet out and then find other uses for that money within the fire service.
Durable flooring.
Sorry?
Durable flooring.
So am I
That's
hearing
a-
take that 85,000 out?
Well, here's a great point, though. Could we look at something other than carpet that's gonna
Like,
last?
we're not gonna tell him how to peel the grape here, but Elias, I would hope that by November, we're not, looking at more carpets.
Okay, carpet's out, look at alternative. Okay. I'll keep the line item, but not carpet, and then we'll come back with, I'll come back with clarity on that. So the,
Okay. All right, City
and then
Attorney.
we're gonna add in, as we talked about, on the 1% for the arts fund, the additional item for arts walk and all that stuff, as articulated earlier. We'll add that in.
I did have one other question. You know, the windows that we had approved before this budget, I know the window costs have gone up dramatically. How are we covering the delta?
It's locked in.
Okay.
What we have before you is the price. Construction starts in a month. Couple months, so that's locked in. I ask him that every month,
Okay.
locked in.
I just know that they've gone up dramatically,
Yeah.
so I just want to make sure.
Do we need a budget to relocate all the squirrels that were coming in? Where's that animal control budget?
We leave the jokes to other staff.
All right, are we ready for the city attorney to read the resolution by title only? Yes, sir, please do.
Mayor and council, a resolution adopting the 2021 through 2022 final operating and capital improvement budget and the 2021 through 2022 appropriations limit for the city of El Segundo is ready for adoption.
All right, who would like to make a motion approving the resolution?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have a second?
Perstick, second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please take a voice vote?
Councilmember Giroux,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel,
Aye.
and Mayor Boyle.
Yes. Thank you. All right, does anyone need a bathroom break besides myself? Let's reconvene at 22:55.
I'm so confused.
We're back with item 19, fiscal year 2021-2022 master fee schedule. And we're going to be conducting a public hearing on the proposed fee adjustments and adopting a resolution establishing changes to the schedule of fees and charges for city services. This is the time and place here to fix for a public hearing. City clerk, was proper notice of the hearing given in a timely manner?
Yes.
Has any written communication been received regarding this public hearing?
No.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Mr. Mitnick, who will present?
Chief Financial Officer Joe Lilio.
So, Dino Marsoci, the Customer Service and Treasury Manager, will be presenting on this item.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Just really quick, back in 2017, the council authorized us to do a full fee study, cost-based fee study of all the services offered within the city. In 2018, they established this master fee schedule. And for this will be the third year in a row now, we are increasing the fees by the Consumer Price Index. We're using the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim Consumer Price Index for March of 2021, which was 2.2%. So all the fees that are on there that can be increased, legally increased by the CPI are being increased by 2.2%. And they will go into effect October 1st of 2021. Estimated extra funds coming into these extra revenues, approximately $160,000. And that's really pretty much it. There are a few new fees on there for fire, Coupa, hazardous materials, which we're doing 100% recovery. And that's pretty much the summary of the increases.
Okay, yeah, we can debate and go to questions and.
Yeah,
you have any, okay.
I just have a question.
Okay, well, yeah, why don't you ask a question and then we'll open it up for public.
I can wait.
Okay, we'll wait. All right, thank you. Public hearing is now open for public input. Madam Clerk, is there anyone in chamber or on Zoom that would like to provide input?
No one in Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
No written communication.
Okay, thank you. No written communication as well. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Persick, so moved.
Thank you.
Giroux, second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nicole.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
5-0, closed.
Thank you. Okay, council discussion. Councilmember Perstuck.
Yeah, so when we talk about fees, as far, do the park and rec fees, are they part of this process or are they completely separate?
Yes, actually, I apologize. I should have mentioned that earlier. The rec park and aquatics fees will be brought back to you in September. We are currently doing a in-depth fee study on especially the aquatics fees because we know that was very important to council. So that is something we've already started the process on, and we will be looking at some of the other rec park fees at that during that time. And when we come back, we'll bring in, here's the cost of services, here's what we're charging, and you'll have to make decisions on the fee recovery percentage.
Yeah, I'd like to look at the camp fees. They're very low, which, I mean, I understand that we want to offer opportunities for kids to go to camp. However, they haven't been raised in a long time. They're very, very low considering the market. And that's kind of, a lot of those camps, the summer camps, are pay-for-play programs. And I'd like to, my philosophy is that, pay-for-play should really be, should cover the cost of the program, if not generate revenue, so that you can use that revenue to offer services for residents. So I really want to take a hard look at that and just make sure our camps we're optimizing those camps so that we can generate revenue to put back into the parks and recs.
Okay. So I will discuss that with the consultant that we're working with on the aquatics fees and make sure we get that covered.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask, how do we charge, or how do we determine how we charge the leagues? And I don't mean Little League and softball. I'm talking about the club, like the for-profit leagues. For example, football at Campus El Segundo, lacrosse at Campus El Segundo. Are we just charging that the hours they're using the fields. Is that basically how it goes? It's a one fee?
I believe that is, Melissa, is that correct? It's just the hourly fee for the fields, correct?
Melissa, is that kind of norm for everybody, like Santa Monica and all that kind of stuff? They do the same thing. And the reason why I bring it up is that, you know, when we're talking about club sports and club fees, there's a exorbitant amount sometimes to belong to these clubs, and then you're paying league fees. So each one of those kids on each one of those teams is paying a big fee. So in the end, we're having a small cost recovery on charging by the hour, and the leagues that we're renting out to are cleaning house.
It's certainly something to talk about again in September.
I just think it's something we should consider taking a look at, because utilizing our fields is fine. It's great. We want that, but there's an awful lot of money out there that, and we're charging a pretty nominal fee, comparatively speaking, for it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And to tag on to that, you know, we have the professional, I noticed that the professional rugby team was using our soccer field, and I'm sure that they're probably just paying the per hour fee as well, and that's a professional team. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we really need to look at the pricing holistically to make sure that we're taking, you know, because I think Parks and Recs, I understand we have to offer Parks and Recs, but and many times they're a loss leader, but where we can raise money to offset some of that loss leader is what the loss revenue we need to do, so we can offer more services.
By law, are we allowed to charge more than what it costs us?
For those, for Park and Rec services, yes.
Okay. So for instance, like Campus Field, we can just decide instead of 120 for an El Segundo for-profit or a non-resident group 180, we can say, nope, let's bump that to 280 an hour.
Yes.
We can do that by law?
Yes.
Okay.
In particular, I was talking more at the actual league play, because there's a tremendous amount of teams that come here to play, right? So each one of those kids is 10, 15 kids on it. Each one of them paying $300, $400, $500 to play for that season, plus league fees, plus all that. I'm just saying there's a lot of revenue there, and are we getting our share of it?
Sure.
That's all.
I think they're all valid
Okay.
questions. It's, again, just
something to
to
take a look
clarify
at.
for anybody at home, there's the Youth Sports Council that pays the per player fee, and then there's the separate field.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
rentals.
separate one. I'm not talking
So-
about youth sports council
Right.
teams. I'm talking
But
about
field
outside of
rentals,
that.
we can
Yeah.
certainly talk about, you know, the cost of maintaining those and how much we're charging
Right.
the different groups.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Who checks to make sure that the field's being used by the right people? Is that code compliance? If a local team, I'm just saying, if a local group rents it out and then all of a sudden there's a giant tournament going on there, like, who does that? Is that code compliance?
So if there was an issue, we would send staff to check it out and pursue it depending on what was found.
Okay.
Yeah, we park rovers and also respond to customer.
Well, I'm glad we're doing CPI on
Updates,
this, because we've seen with the weight, especially with sewer, where when you don't do CPI adjustments, how that just builds up to these horrible 9% increases. I have a question. This is sort of probably a go forward, and I know I bring it up every time because it's funny, but we may want to look at consolidating some of these listings. I mean, the fact that we're spending, again, we have a $700 fee to start a fortune telling business and a $1,500 fee to start a pawn shop business. I mean, these are hairs that probably made sense to split a long time ago, but probably not as much now. So there's things that we have separate coded items for that I think are probably no longer pertinent. I did not check for the circus. I suspect it's still on there. But you know, those are things that we talk about updating business license taxes and admin fees. These are things that I think are probably easy to get on the chopping block. I did have a few questions about the new fees that we're putting in there, and if you could just walk us through a little bit of a logic, and I know briefly because it's getting late, but some of them, admittedly, I'll betray my ignorance of some of the inner workings of things, but we have some ones that look pretty onerous. Failure to obtain initial permit, which is a variable with, that looks like it adds up very, very quickly.
Yes, and these are all Coupa related.
Yeah,
So
these
we
are all
work with
environmental.
We work with the fire department and
Yeah.
the environmental department
Okay.
within the fire department. So they're the ones they came up with. Here's things that we need to be charging for. We work with them to calculate the cost, And after calculating the cost and decided, of course, we're doing 100% cost recovery on these. For that one there,
And I mean, are these things that state law usually says we should charge for? I mean, is it industry standards, we've just been missing these? Or?
I think it's a little bit of both. There are some new laws coming into effect that will be, you'll probably see next year, because we did talk about those and we have to start prepping for those now. So we've already started talking about those. These here, I'm not sure if some of them that they just were missing and they hadn't been charging for. I would actually have to go back and talk to them about it.
I was just curious because some of these, like I said, look to be substantial amounts of money, and if they're things that are going to directly affect ongoing businesses, I mean, that's something I think we want to be conscious for. If there's somebody who doesn't realize that they're out of compliance and suddenly you're hit with something with 3 years worth of compliance fees, that could be pretty substantial for a small business. So,
yes,
We do have our battalion chief here. He could answer.
Are you familiar with these?
Do you know what the Coupa, what caused them to recommend some of these regulatory fees for re-inspections? I don't know if it was driven by state law or if there was something that we've been missing.
No, this is our environmental safety manager's responsibility. Battalion chiefs have nothing to do with Coupa or fire prevention, the division. So unfortunately, I would have to direct that. However, I can bring back that information if you'd like.
Okay. I think what we'll likely approve it tonight. It just might be something that if somebody gets hit with a $40,000 citation for being out of compliance, I know that our phones are going to explode, and we'll just want to be able to answer that. So that might be just something if they could just arm us with some information on the nature of these, because each one of these looks like a pretty big hit to an actual citation.
Yeah, the person in contact for that would be Victor Morales.
Okay.
So unfortunately, Chief Donovan's not here, and Victor's the one. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't have that.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
If I could just, Mayor Pro Tem, just make a quick clarification. I believe it impacts a very limited number of businesses. So this is not something it's going to impact every single business in El Segundo. And I think it's really the larger industries that are in town.
No doubt. Okay, thank you.
And
That's all I've got.
I have one other thing. So on these fees, I can't pull it up. Did we include the Airbnb fees in here, and did we anticipate any other things that we need to associate to Airbnb?
Yeah,
like trash. Okay, I just want to make sure.
The brand new one is, comes with the $200, I think, registration fee for your new short-term rental.
Okay, we done with discussion?
Yeah,
Comments?
the only thing is to Mayor Pro Tem's point, are we going to do a community outreach on these new fees to the people? Well, just all these new fees that were assessed that we're putting in here, like the Airbnb, so that any new fees that we're introducing, we really need to let people know.
Okay. Well, this will be published to the website, for one.
That's assuming people are going to go look at our website?
True.
You have to do proactive communication?
Yeah, and especially we will be doing, I'm sure there'll be some communication going out. I'll work with the planning department regarding the Airbnb.
Yeah,
Because that's...
And in prior years, we've put them in utility billing. So that goes out to residents and businesses. We slid the communication in there.
I can guarantee you, most people don't look at the utility bill for new fees. I think there should be some type of outreach in communication.
And as far as new fees, I think there's only how many new fees?
About 5.
Right, there's only 5 new fees. But we'll...
Yeah, all the rest are just CPI related, right?
Right, everything else CPI. But even the CPI, we'll get that communicated out. So we can use website, insert in the mailer for the utility billing. I don't know if we can use like our Twitter account, do a blast that way as well. For those residents and businesses are hooked onto social media. So we'll use every tool that we have. We'll work with Martha as well to see if she can do maybe some like a short message and put that out to the community as well.
Joe, just a quick question. If inflation turns out to be much higher this year, we get another opportunity to look at that, I guess, next March. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the goal, every March, and then have the fees moving forward implemented July 1.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it, right? All right, we need, let's see here. We just need the city attorney to read the resolution by title only, please, Mark.
Are you looking at the remote caller bingo game permit? Does it get stuck on that? Auction house permit?
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, let's have, Tracy, do you mind reading it, please? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Is that okay, Mark? Okay. A resolution of the City of El Segundo establishing a schedule of fees and charges for recovering costs incurred from providing various city services.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Ready for adoption?
Do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
Nichols, so moved.
Okay,
Giroux, second.
great. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstech,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel,
Yes.
Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
5-0 pass.
Alrighty. On to staff presentations. Let's see. Okay, so I know there's been a change here, Mr. Mitnick.
One very short item, our HR Director, Rebecca Reddick, will present it to you. It'll go quick.
Great, thank you. Hello.
Mayor, members of the council, Rebecca Reddick, your HR Director. As Mr. Mitnick stated, this item has been updated. It is a staff report recommending that we create a part-time temporary position of Special Projects Administrator, and that is to be used on a limited term basis, is to assist during the pendency of vacancies that we have so that we can maintain services to our residents and to our business community. I'm available for questions if you have any.
I don't think we have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion adopting the specification for the Special Projects Administrator, part-time position?
Giroux, so moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Pimentel, second.
Excellent. Madam Clerk, a voice vote, please.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstech.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel,
Yes.
Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
5-0.
And Mayor, there's also there's a resolution that goes with this to establish the salary range. A resolution establishing basic salary ranges for various job classifications is ready for adoption.
Yeah, I think we killed that one,
sorry,
right? Yeah.
It's sorry, just for one. Okay. It's resolution establishing basic hourly salary range for a part-time job classification is ready for adoption.
Okay, so we just need someone to introduce, or we?
No, it's
Make a
adoption.
motion.
So-
Okay. Does someone like to make a motion?
Nichols, so moved.
Thank you.
Giroux, second.
Great. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstech.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel,
Yes.
Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
5-0.
All right. Moving on to reports from the City Clerk Office.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Giroux.
Nothing from me.
Councilmember Nichol.
Good night.
We're not done yet. Councilmember Perstech.
Yes, I want to say, summer's starting, and it's hard to believe that last year this time our beaches were closed, and but they're open now. And I just want to give a shout out to Chevron, who continuously cleans El Segundo Beach, and to all the people that go down and pick up the trash as they're going for their morning walks. We really appreciate it, and please keep our beaches and our city clean. Pick up whatever trash you can.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstech. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Contract Cities has been in recess. We have sanitation coming up tomorrow and transportation transportation is off for June, so nothing to report there, Mr. Mayor. And then have people be mindful, a lot of the very important bills in the Assembly will go to committee on Tuesday, go to the floor on Tuesday. So people who are interested and what the state legislature's interest is in us, time to call your Assembly member.
Thank you. To that end, I think, Mr. Mitnick, did we ask, I can't remember if we asked Deputy City Manager or you to put something out on SB 9 and 10? Did we talk about that, or am I getting that
We
confused
did,
with
and
Council of Governments?
you did, and we have been. We've been putting on our
Okay,
website,
great.
social media, and we'll keep doing that.
Awesome, thank you.
Martha Guzman Hurtado, our PIO, is on top of it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then we have an item under the city attorney.
Yes, Mayor and Council, and this is a follow-up item from the last council meeting. This was the item, council gave direction on legislation that became effective this year, where the Fair Political Practice Commission, which has authority over campaign contributions, had come out with, the legislature come out with a new law that either cities can establish their own campaign contribution limits, with the which El Segundo currently has, or you can go with the FPPC's contribution limits, which in this case, the cities, which were set back in 2008 at would total $3,000 that a council member or an individual could take in contributions during that 4-year period before an election or around an election. The amount set by the FPP is $4,700, but the number by the city is 13 years old, hasn't been adjusted. The main driver behind the city's council's direction was the fact that the FPPC would be the enforcement agency and would take all of the, or would have the exclusive role of setting these amounts and enforcing the laws and gathering the information, so it would not be a burden on the clerk's office, my office, or the rest of City Hall, and it wasn't a significant difference as far as what the contributions could be if you were to make a CPI adjustment to them. So with that, my office did prepare an ordinance which would rescind the current ordinance or law in the books in the city, which sets the limits, because if we rescind those, then it will default to the FPPC. Any questions?
No, we discussed it, and I think we're ready. Anyone opposed to having him read the ordinance by title only? No.
An ordinance repealing local campaign contribution limits in favor of state law campaign contribution limits to be enforced by the Fair Political Practice Commission is ready for introduction.
Who would like to introduce the ordinance?
I will.
Thank you.
Nobody else wants to.
Begrudgingly.
It just occurred to me the next regular meeting's not going to be again until August 17th. So we'll bring this back for potential adoption at that meeting.
Excellent. Okay, city manager, reports.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we'll follow up as instructed on a variety of items, and I'll do a summary for you so it's clear what we're going to follow up on. Thank you for the, at the end of the day, a healthy discussion about our budget. A little bit trying and challenging, but at the end of the day, very much understood and appreciated. The next meeting will be June 29th. You do have a closed session meeting to discuss labor relations. As far as the performance review for city manager, city attorney, we are moving forward on that. That might end up taking place in July or August through a special closed session, but we are on track to go forward on that. And then the next regular meeting will be in August. Okay, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We are adjourned at 11:19.